Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Monday, May the 26th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Can I get a quick sound check, please? Make sure you guys can hear me. Okay, excellent. Wow, what a morning we're going to have as long as this gap holds. Now, take a look at the SPY, guys. I've been in the room before. The last little while, I've been talking about this 200-day moving average as we keep approaching it. Well, we've just broken through the 200-day moving average. It's unbelievable. It just seems to be such a disconnect with what's happening in the world compared to what the market's doing. But, there we were at 338 before all this happened, and we're back up to 302. More importantly, we're through that 200-day moving average right there, which was at 299.56. So let's see if that holds today. Lots of action this morning. Lots and lots of action this morning. So let's take a look at a few of them. Penn, I'm sure, it was hard to pick just a few, but anyway, Penn, casino stock, of course, is gapping up again. My guess is, of course, MGM is doing the same thing. Yeah, MGM is doing the same thing. All the airlines, most of the airlines are up. Now, there is one down. South American Airline has declared bankruptcy or filed for Chapter 11, I should say. So LTM is gapped way down here, 41%. And this looks like this is an all-time low for LTM. So they have filed for Chapter 11. Just take a look at some of the ones that are down today before I get to the ones that are whipping higher here. So Plan, this actually is an earnings play. Plan is an earnings play, released earnings before the pre-market right here. And 48.39. So it had gapped down below the 200-day moving average, but it is sitting kind of right on it now. 48.39 is a 200-day moving average. So it's sitting at 48.50. Wouldn't surprise me if this recovers with what this market is doing today. SRNE, now, last week, of course, this got all the way up to 10, and before it got slammed down. And now this is just, look at the volume that's come in, 4.4 million shares, and big gap up now, 21%. Somebody said that they've received FDA approval. I'd like to see that. I don't see that. I'm just going to check. Yeah, okay. Okay, when it says, to clearance to initiate a phase 1 clinical trial. Okay, so it's not FDA approval exactly. It's just FDA approval to initiate a phase 1 clinical trial. Okay. EDNT, this one was whipping higher here this morning. It's starting to pull back a little bit here. Toy and hobby goods. They've taken a 50% stake in a company called Global Clean, and they're a low float situation, 3.2 million in the float. That's for EDNT. Big. Guys, if this holds, if this area holds, look at the room looking left for EDNT. Yeah, right now SRNE is the one. It keeps moving higher and higher. Again, it got as high as $10 last week. MTC, is it still holding the gap? Yeah, it's kind of holding the gap right here. MTC, and it's gapped up through the 200-day moving average, and I'm not 100% sure why. I don't see any recent news on it. On the 22nd, they announced their 2019 year-end results. You know what? When is the 22nd? Oh, that's Friday. So, okay. So they announced after hours. So this is kind of an after hours earnings release. So that's for MTC. Boy, look at the SPY. It just continues here. CLRB. It's gapped up to the 200-day moving average. It is now just falling below it. But this gap way through at 266. There's the 200-day moving average, 193. Keep an eye on LL, Lumber Liquidators, okay? It's on the watch list. There's the 200-day moving average. It is gapped up through the 200-day moving average. Not much volume yet. But this one, you know, if this can get going, 28 million in the float, May 28th pre-market, so they have earnings this week. Yes, I'm getting to Mark. Mark, lots of volume here for Mark. 3 million shares. Of course, this was a high. Well, actually, it's taken out the high of about a week and a half ago now. It's not a super low float. 37 million in the float. DFFN. Another low float situation. Receives accelerated FDA response to proposed. It's a virus play. Okay. Through the 200-day moving average, of course, last week. CLBS is down on a financing. They've done a financing at $2.06 a share, so it's underneath the financing price. Of course, here's another big virus play, NVAX. Nice huge gap up for it, 16%. You know, guys, for those of you who like the more expensive ones and potential swings, I mean, look at Disney here. So Disney is up. More importantly, it's broken free of this little cluster on the daily chart. And of course, you know, it has room to the 140 level on the weekly chart. So for those of you who are, you know, interested in the more expensive ones, and of course a huge name recognition stock, Disney, DIS. Peri, P-E-R-I is another one gapped up through the 200-day moving average, and I'm just can't really see edited transcript of their earning conference. So they had I don't really see any specific news on Peri. No, I don't see any specific news on Peri. A couple of the automakers. There's Ford. Look at Ford. I mean, look at this potential gap fill. Another, you know, again, another potential swing, guys. For those of you looking for swing opportunities, look at Ford. Again, a little bit like Disney. Not the same balance sheet as Disney, but you know, breaking out of this cluster on the daily chart, and the same with GM. GM, the same kind of thing, breaking out of a cluster here with room to move. And what else? Oh, IZEA. I'm not, until this breaks $1, I'm not that interested, but you know, no disputing the fact that it's up 36%, but on 5.5 million shares, 32 million in the float. So airlines, cruisers, Hertz, man, oh man, Hertz got the big bankruptcy news. Of course, I think this is still halted. Yeah, this is still halted. Look at this Friday afternoon. Yeah, if you're having, well, you can't hear me, audio issues. Boy, there's so many stocks moving this morning, guys. It's oh, Pete, I have no idea. I have no idea on that one. You'll have to, yeah, on that one you'll have to. You can start a live chat. Michael's there. He might know. I have no idea on that one, Pete. That's a new one on me. Just give me a second here. give me a second here. I'll just give you the homepage link. You might have it, but I'll just save you the. Yeah, David, there are two rooms going, okay? One is, I call this the trading room, okay? You're in the YouTube feed, which is fine. This is the trading room, which has, I can do a lot more in it. There are a lot more traders in the trading room. It's easier for me to hand out links, etc. So if you wanted to come into the trading room, I can give you the link for that. The YouTube feed is fine if you just want to listen to me and see my screen, but there are more active traders in the trading room, so I can give you that link if you want to join. Okay? I know it gets a little confusing. I wouldn't do it, Chris. I'm not sure you can do it, but I wouldn't do it. You know, I think it just gets a little too confusing. Okay, now the other thing, guys, you know, I'm not sharing my layout. We're off the test drive now, of course, so I'm not saving my layout now. So if you want my watch list, there is a new symbol list name. So in order to have my watch list, you have to go from the channel bar, so from the toolbar, new channel bar, and then Barry's Windows right there. Okay, remember now, everything in here in a channel. Every channel in the channel bar is a layout. So before you do that, make sure you save your layout to the cloud. But there is a new layout. There is a new watch list name. Okay, so if you save my watch list from last week, you will not get anything in it. Okay, so you have to load my new, my new Windows here. It is called It's Over. It's over. Which is for me meant the test drive is over. So wonderful test drive, guys. We had an incredible record number, not well over, but I think we had about 4,100 people sign up for the test drive. Incredible. So again, I'll be demonstrating the simulator all day long. I'll be putting it on, kind of connected to simulation mode. $9.18. Let me see if I can just quickly go and see what sort of upgrades and downgrades there are this morning. Give me a moment here. I just want to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning. See how active the analysts have been over the weekend. A few more upgrades and downgrades. Let me get a few of them in. Give me a few more upgrades. All right, there are some of the upgrades. I will get the Downgrades in now. Not as many downgrades. Yeah, a few downgrades for PDD, I see. Keep an eye on that one. Let me see what's happening with PDD. All right, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from briefing.com this morning. Let me take a look at PDD. Yeah, it's starting to fall a little bit here. Actually, a big gap after hours on Friday. Interesting, an all-time high, and we've got about three or four. In fact, Goldman's got a downgrade for PDD. You don't see it? Oh man, let's hope it got in there. You might have to do it manually, but all right, let me just check, do a quick check to see what's happening here in my channel. One moment. Please, please, please be checked. It's fine. It's over. Well, there's nothing in there yet. I mean, I can tell it's checked. There it is. It's over. So there's from my channel. Nothing happens yet, until at least, well, first of all, nothing in the repeating until 9:30, and nothing in these two until 9:45. Okay? Well, you don't get the list. Okay? You have to load it from the channel. It's what's called a global list. That's why I put it in here. You have to, again, you have to go to from new, and then from the new, and then channel bar, and then my windows. Well, I mean, I just showed you. I'll do it again. New, channel bar, my windows. So when you click on that, that's what you should see right now. And if you right click, and the symbol list, I just wanted to make sure the symbol list is checked, and there it is. It's over, is checked, definitely. So I'm not sure what's it. Maybe you have to do a refresh or a reboot of Trade Ideas. I don't know how to help you, because if this weren't checked, then I'd say yes, there's something going on. But I mean, this is what people should see from the channel right now. There's nothing here yet. Yeah, don't go under tool. You're not going to see it, Dave. Okay. Okay. It's not a symbol list that is for everybody. Okay. I see what you're saying. No, it's not here. It's what we call a global symbol list. Not in the layout that you saved last week. No, you have to load it from the channel bar today at least. And if you want to save the three windows, to the cloud and then bring them back with your layout, fine. But you have to load from the channel. The symbol list name is changed. So anybody who saved my layout from last week, you have to because the symbol list name has changed now. I do that every week. I just kept it the same for 2 weeks because of the test drive. Trade of the week is out, yes. It is Amgen. It's a more expensive one. Let me just get rid of these two. It's AMGN. That is the trade of the week. It's on a pullback to the 50-day moving average, which I don't know where that is exactly, but David, I don't know how to help you. I just don't know how to help you trying to get into the trading room. It should be. I mean, it's usually pretty. You know, I know they ask for your email name and a name you're going to use in the trading room, and that's about it. I don't know why it's why you're not able to get in. I don't know how to help you. I'm sorry. So the trade of the week is AMGN. It's a really expensive one, AMGN. So the plan, and again, I don't know where the 50-day moving average is in the email. It might be listed. I don't have the 50-day moving average on my charts. So in essence, it's a pullback to the 50-day. If it doesn't do that, then you're not getting in theory. Yeah, so many. Yeah, I just don't know, guys. I don't know why people have a tough time getting into the trading room with. I mean, I guess that's why we do have the YouTube feed. I mean, if you can't get in. See, I can't do it. I can't start from scratch because I'm already in, okay? But I mean, I know it just basically asks for a username and a password, and that should be it to get you in. You might have to maybe disable an ad blocker or something like that. Disable an ad blocker and a pop-up blocker. Maybe that's the problem. All right, so the big difference between the onload and the download version, Manny. I mean, if you can have the download version, that's the most robust. The biggest difference probably is Brokerage Plus. Okay? Brokerage Plus is the big difference between the web-based version and the download version. So Brokerage Plus, of course, is our simulator. And you can also, if you have an Interactive Brokers account, you can trade your account using this window. But the big difference for a lot of people will be the simulator paper trading module. All right, guys, market's going to open. Wow, less than a minute. Well, let's have a great start to this trading week. Of course, it's a short week because of the Memorial Day holiday yesterday. Yeah, Thinkorswim does not work with. You can't use Brokerage Plus other than in simulation mode if you have Thinkorswim. Okay, guys, less than 10 seconds. And we are open. Here we go. So typically I don't do anything for the first 15 minutes anyway. I like to see things settle down a little bit. And there's SRNE, so it's pulled back a bit from 633, 593. It was Tapestry, the old Coach, guys. Old Coach, Tapestry, TPR. Car, guys, car. We're still having that lag right off the bat for the single stock windows. At least for me, anyway. So airlines, look at UAL, nice pop. Actually, that's a nice looking pattern right now. Kind of was holding everything in the pre-market. Now a gap up. I think American Airlines is still really lagging. I mean, there it is, but look where it is compared to, say, a UAL or a DAL. Okay, guys, are anybody else getting this big lag on the single stock window at the beginning? No lag for you? Okay. Let me just do a reset, see if that helps. Notice that last week, just at the beginning, maybe the first 5 minutes. Look at car, guys. Car. Now this is, of course, I like to say it. It's a reaction, of course, to Hertz filing for bankruptcy, HTZ. So of course, this is their car will benefit. I didn't see the news on. I couldn't find any recent news for MTC. Yeah, I couldn't see any news for MTC. I haven't seen Ballard. Ballard hasn't been active for a while. BLDP. All right, guys. Here's why I don't chase things. Look at this SRNE. Okay, there's Penn was up, probably. I bet you Penn is down now. Yeah, look how, things can get very whippy in the first 15 minutes, which is why I don't like to trade the first 15 minutes. Didn't mention Wells Fargo, but look at Wells Fargo. Ah, really bad. Yeah, it usually is in the first 5 minutes. It never used to happen. See, it's fine. It looks like it's fine now. Yeah, it looks like it's caught up now. Well, I think it depends when you load it. It looks like it's okay. It looks like the first 5 minutes. It's just the way it is right now, which is too bad because. All right, I'm looking at the. Okay, the cannabis stocks look like they're starting to drop now, guys. Cannabis stocks, ACB, probably TLRY. Let's take a look at Tilray. Yeah, so the cannabis stocks. Let's take a look at the index, MJ. Actually, MJ is up. Interesting. All right, this is a ACOM, ACM on the move here. ACOM. Okay, guys, nothing will happen in these two windows until at least 9:45. I'm just waiting. I have a delay on purpose. Anything for happening in these two windows until at least 9:45. Look at OBLN, guys. Another small one. 7 million in the float. Look at this. Look how much the volume is coming in. 7 million in the float. OBLN. See if there's any specific news on it. I don't see any specific news. No. OBLN, guys. Oh man, watch this get halted. Well, ACOM showed up here. Not ACOM, ACM. Sorry, ACM showed up here. Yeah, just got halted. LBLN just got halted. Yeah, I thought it might get halted. Wow. Here's an airline, Azul. Yeah, I almost took this. I almost took the OBLN because I thought it was going to get halted. I thought I may get some just in. There is AC. So it's ACOM. I'm sorry. So it's ACM. Okay, ACM. This is actually from my gap continuation or reverse. Okay, which is part. I have this up and running today, just kind of checking to see what sort of alerts I get from it. And again, everything I'm sharing is in the scans tab. So that is in the scans tab or in the room drive. Scans that I share, okay? Another one that got halted, guys, was Ovid. Another one halted. Look at Ovid. Oh, man. And this is stacking up 721, 720 still. So I don't see anything. And look at the room this one's got. So look at the monthly chart for Ovid, about to $10 on that monthly chart. And it's on a low float, 50 million in the float. Now, why is LK? Now, this is this is going to be delisted, so be awfully careful, guys. LK going to be delisted, but traders are just kind of getting active with it. That's all. All right, Foot Locker. Foot Locker had earnings on, I think it was on Friday, May the 22nd, before the market opened. Foot Locker actually gapped way down, kind of recovered. Got all the way down to about 25, recovered to 27-ish, and now it's pushing, Foot Locker. Well, you can actually detach the chat, steady. Okay, you can actually detach the chat. Find the gear icon, and what does it say? Right beside the color palette, there is the icon there, and you can detach the chat. So you can put it anywhere you want. You float it anywhere you want. Well, after that, then I don't know how to help you. Sorry. I'm not sure what you want to do then. I mean, you can put it anywhere you want. Boy, ACOM on the move here, guys. ACM on the move. Coles on the move. KSS. You know what? It's crazy. I missed it. Yeah, an early AI trade. I completely missed it. This is what he's talking about, 793, 825 now. The reason I missed it is because our sound alerts work well, but I've got one of my sound alerts that is just firing. And I think what happens is, of course, you can only have one sound alert at a time. And probably what happened, you can't have two at exactly the same time. And this other gap continuation or reverse was just, basically a sound alert every half a second. That's too bad. That's right, exactly the price range that I love from Holly. Okay, OBLN just resumed, and another big gap here for OBLN. There's a 200-day moving average, $1.60 or so, $1.60. That might stall it. And this one got halted on the way down. Skys, SKYS, got halted on the way down, actually. All right, another 30 seconds before we might get something in these two windows. I guess I just don't know, Steady. I honestly don't know. I thought by detaching the chat, of course, you could float the chat wherever you want. I thought that was the whole idea. All right, so here's the first one coming in from my watch list. Alt, A-L-T. This is, I have to change that. ALT, guys, there's the alert 798. You don't have to take it right away, of course, but obviously this is a virus play. And of course, it's a low float, 15 million in the float. Oh, 700,000 traded already. Let's see how well it holds 8, guys. Just watching to see how well it holds 8. Here NCLA, so, well, if you believe that the cruisers are going to come back, I mean, there's NCLH at some point, you know, as a big swing trade. How's CCL doing? I'm sure they're all doing fairly well right now. CCL, another one. Definitely watching the ALT, guys. I want to see how well this holds 8 before I hop in and take it. Bausch, BHC on the move here. Also, wow, this is a big area for it to take out. Look at the high in the weekly chart, 1889, 1882, 1899, 1868. You know, if this one takes out 19, this could have a nice little run in it. That's BHC. The heck? Guys, I'm really interested in alt. I just saw it. Yeah, it's still struggling a little bit trying to keep that 8. Okay, well, I'm glad I held off. Let's see if it gets back over 8. Guys, I'm just watching alt here. I want to see if it gets back over 8. Gets back over 8, maybe to 8.10. I'll probably take that trade. It's just a little bit whippy still. There's a big topping tail. I have to, obviously a concern, but okay, let's see if we can get it up over to 8.10 or so. Well, this was a real runner from last week. ARNC, this is a spin-off from Alcoa probably a few years ago now. Look at that weekly chart, 1682. This still has room. ARNC, it's a big float. Old school stock, ARNC. Oh, I have no idea, Pete, if it's going to hit the 50-day or the 50 SMA. I have no idea why or why not. I have no idea. It's laid out in the email. I don't create them. It's laid out in the email. I don't even know where the 50 is. I don't have it on my chart. Thank you, Stuart, for helping. Probably should know more about that, but I just don't. Boy, ARNC, guys, on the move here. ARNC, probably Alcoa. Probably Alcoa is moving also. When you say, is there an app? You're talking about, Rico, what do you mean by that exactly? You're talking about trade ideas? We have an app, we have a download application, we have a web browser based version. Okay, so, well, it's not an app. I don't like to use it. We have we have a downloadable application that's what you see here. And we also have a web-based version. The app, as I call it, the application, the download application, the desktop version, whatever you want to call it, definitely more robust than the web-based version. All right, Maxar. Now, for me to get into Maxar, I will probably have to take out 13. MAXR. Boy, ARNC continues to surge here. ARNC. I mean, look at this. I mean, this is almost a double in a week. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days ago. This was an $8 stock, $8.60 stock. This is basically a double. A lot of bottom picking going on. So take a look at Alcoa. Oops. Okay, now there's Alt right back up. It's been toying with me. Yeah, and the spread got a little bad. Well, actually, it's not too bad now. It's about 4 cents. I think this was one of the original virus plays. Way back here. I was going to get into the DOYU, and I just got distracted with the alt. Look at DOYU. That's an AI alert. Great one so far, 793, 831. Excellent alert from the AI so far, 793, 832, big, almost a 5% increase. And on plenty of volume, I'm over, way over, like not way over, but 1 million shares. I see it made it on my watch list. Okay, why it made it is so late. I'm trying to figure out that because it should have been a little earlier, I would have thought. But oh, I know why. Because it popped up. It popped up in before the first 15 minutes. And then it had to take out that high. Had to take out that high right there. Again, if you want my watch list, just click on New from the toolbar, New, Channel Bar, And my windows right there, Barry's windows right there. And remember, everything in the channel is a layout. So make sure before you do that, make sure you save your layout to the cloud. I almost got, this alt is all over the place still, guys. As I was talking, I almost got into it. It popped up to 830, but it came right back down. It's going to be super whippy. So if you're going to take this one, if I take this one, I'm going to have to take fewer shares because it's just so whippy. And last week's high, it's getting close. You know, that's the only issue I've got. Look, it's close to last week's high of 850. But what do I know? Look at this now. Alt ALT. I mean, this is, just have to take fewer shares because it is so whippy. You know, keep an eye on Maxar, guys. I mean, look at Maxar. I mean, it's got a ton of room. Well, I hope somebody a little more adventuresome than I am took the alt. Keep an eye on Maxar, though, because look at Maxar. If it takes that, just took it out. $13.08 is the next high looking left. If it takes that out, it's got a ton of room, guys. So that's my key level right there for Maxar. Okay, one moment, please. Yeah, I mean, alt is still crazy. I mean, it is still crazy. Very whippy. Look how there's a topping, but it did get all the way up to 856. So lag for what exactly, SG? I mean, I had a lag in the single stock window for the first 5 minutes, but everything is okay now. Look at alt up again. Hard. This is a tough trader. Thank you very much, Stuart, for helping us steady. Just give me a second here. All right, guys, I'm in the MAXR. I'll put a whole number stop on it. I am in the MAXR. Just a second here. Average of about 31.11 for the MAXR. I'll get it up here. Well, not 31, sorry, 13.11. Just waiting to see how well it holds 13. Can always get back in. Okay, just watching this, seeing if I get into the mid 20s for Maxar. How do you get the symbols on the? You have to have. Are you a premium subscriber? How do you get the symbols on the AI strategies? Are you a premium subscriber? Okay, so are you using the app or the web-based version? Hopefully, you're using the app. Okay, good. From the toolbar, click on New. Okay, and then you see where it says AI/Holly Strategy Trades Windows? Click on that, and this window will pop up. And then all you have to do is just, load it before the market opens and just watch the alerts as they happen. Okay? Make sense? And then what you can do is you can save this as part of your layout. You don't have to do it every morning. So if you have a layout, then you just basically, that window just gets added to it, and make sure when you then save your layout, and then you don't have to do it every morning. Yeah, but if you saved it from last week, okay, it's a new symbol list. It's a new symbol name in here, so you have to load it from the channel bar going forward. Okay, so if you click on New, and then channel bar, and then My Windows, right there, Barry's Windows right there. Remember though, everything in a channel, these are all layouts, so make sure you save your layout to the cloud before you do that. If you want, then you could save these 3 windows to the cloud, bring back your layout, and then bring back these 3 windows, and then save your layout again. So you only have to do it once at the beginning of the week. But if you're saving it from last week, it won't work because it's a new symbol list name. Yeah, so Manny, if you click on, from the windows, if you click on show all your windows will show up. Okay, click on show all from the windows within the tool. So click on, in the toolbar, click on Windows, and then show all, and all your windows will show up. Good, I guess we have you for one more week, right? Well, I'm not talking. That's why you can't hear. I don't talk all the time. This is not the radio. Okay. Wow. Lots of action, obviously in the first half hour. Things have settled down a little bit. There's that MTC, which I could not find any news on, starting to fade. It is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. The lower left hand, this is called basic new highs and lows. Okay, it's a very simple scan. Just a few filters in. Stocks making new highs and lows with some filters placed, of course, with a price range that I like and the volume, etc. I can give that to you. I know it's difficult for me to share things in the YouTube feed, but I'll give that to you if you're interested. This is the link for it. Okay. Well, I mean, this is just obviously just a trade. This LK, they are, well, as far as I know, they are being delisted. So this is just traders getting in and playing around, I guess. All right, guys, listen, I'm out of the Maxar basically flat. I should have taken some when it got to the high 13s, but I am going to get back into it if it gets, say, to 1320. I really should have taken some out around 1325, but all right, Court. Oh, this is an interesting one. I mean, look left on that weekly chart. The next high looking left on the weekly is 1752. That's about $1 away, so this still has room. It's had a nice little, about a month run, at a 3 week plus today run. Well, Penn, of course, again, if you think a lot of these casinos are going to really come back, the MGM, Penn had a great, nice little run in the pre-market. What's MGM doing? Yeah, Penn and MGM look kind of the same. All right, ZYNE on the way down through the 200-day moving average, 633, so it's a little bit underneath the 200-day moving average. This was, of course, been a high flyer the last several days, from 4 all the way up to 680 or so. But it is starting to give it, more importantly, though, there's that 200-day moving average, 633, just slightly underneath. What is the SPY doing? Somebody said the SPY did give up the 200-day. Not quite. 299.56. Maybe it snuck just underneath. Not quite. There's the 200-day, so it's still sitting right on it. Let's call it 300. Okay, so the 200-day moving average is 300 for the SPY. Let's see. There might be. Let me just see. I think there is one. If not, I'll quickly show you. But I think there might be one. Let me just see here. I think it's part of the 20 short videos. Let me just see. I'm pretty sure it's one of the videos. And the answer is multi-strategy window. Okay. So yeah, so it's the 8th video, So if you click on that link that I just put in the room, the 20 short videos, lessons, okay, and it's the 8th video. If you cannot figure it out from the video, just let me know and I'll demonstrate right on the screen how you do it, okay? Can you use Thinkorswim in Canada? I'm not sure. I really don't know. I'm really not sure if you can use TOS in Canada. You should, I mean, I'm sure if you just did a quick search, you know, literally, can I use Thinkorswim in Canada? You'll get your answer. Yeah, there's okay. Well, okay, they're having a hearing to see, maybe they're trying to plead their case that they were not as bad as everybody makes us out to be. Right. Any tips for using eTrade Pro? eTrade Pro. You mean trade ideas from within eTrade Pro? No. Okay, there you go. Somebody said in the other room that you can use TOS in Canada. Okay. So there you go. No options here, John. No. Now, we do have option filters that might help. $5,000 US? Okay. So let me just show you the option filters we have, John. Look at ASPS. I got to say that very carefully. ASPS. ASPS. Getting closer to the, well, it's about $1 away from the 200-day moving average. ASPS. So, John, are you watching? You can, well, somebody just posted above that you can use TOS in Canada. You are allowed to. So it's pretty onerous though. You need, well, you know, it depends how much you've got, but it says now it's 25K you have to. I mean, if I'm going to use a broker in Canada that has lots of shorts, etc., I'd be using Interactive Brokers. And they don't require 25K. So if you're just starting out, I would be checking out Interactive Brokers. If you're outside of the US. So John, okay, let me show you. Here are the option filters that we do have. Okay, so we have some obvious ones. The put call ratio. Option volume is the average over, I believe it's the last 10 days, the number of contracts over the last 10 days. This is, of course, the option volume today, put volume and call volume today. So these are, other than this one being the average, these are fairly standard. This is the key one, the option volume today %. So for instance, if a stock normally trades, say an average over the last 10 days, say 2,000 contracts a day, combination of puts and calls, and you add and use that filter and say you put 200 in here, 200%, then that stock has to trade 4,000. You know, double, basically double. So this can, at least what this filter does, it can show you which stocks are having an abnormal option volume on the current day, with the current day, okay? So will that help you trade the options? I don't know. But at least it's going to show you stocks having abnormal option volume. All right, guys, MAXR is getting interesting again for me. MAXR getting interesting again for me. Boy, what a lot of room it's got. Again, I'm not going to tell you guys to take a trade. I'm telling you what's interesting to me. And the levels that I kind of am looking at, it's up to you. I'm not going to say, okay, guys, take this trade. This is not that sort of a room. All right, I'm back in it. I'm back in the Maxar. 1320. Let's see if it can have a bit of a run from here. All right, guys, I'm really watching this. I want to see if it gets into the mid-30s or so. MAXR. Oh, I appreciate that, Bolsano. All right, guys, I did take some out at 1334. I want to make sure I take some out. So I'm out some at 1334. Again, this is just the way I trade, guys. I'm not telling you guys to get out. I'm just, this is the way I kind of trade. I like to take some. Just taking a look at my watch list right now. So the Doyu, of course, this was pretty extended on that. And you see the problem is it had to take out the high before we saw that alert. And unfortunately, we had a spike high in the first 10 minutes. So that's why it's sort of a late alert here. That's why it wasn't so wild about this one. The alt, I mean, you know, you had to have pretty good nerves on this one, 798. It did get up to 871. So in the Maxar, Maxar is looking really good now. 1286 on the alert, and these are from my watch list. All right. Okay, this is now, I can deem this a winner now, I think. 1286, 1346. From last week, guys, this CLSM, look at this. So this is in the watch list also. CLSM took out last week's high. All right, guys, just in case it struggles to get through that whole number, I took some more out at 1348 for the Maxar. Not whole number, sorry, the 50 cents, not the whole number. Just in case it struggles to get through that 50-cent mark. Yeah, just required a little bit of patience, you know. I mean, I got out the first time basically flat the first time I took it. So the CLSN. So let's see now, what do we have for resistance? So on the monthly chart, we're right at a little resistance area on the monthly chart. The high is 348, takes that out. Clear sailing, not clear sailing, I mean there's on the chart to 4 anyway. There's the high on the monthly chart to 4. And in my best seafaring voice, there she blows, guys. CLSN, and there goes Maxar's continuing. Okay, give me one moment, please. What's the market doing? Let's see. The SPY is basically kind of flattened out a little bit. It had the little pullback, kind of flattening out right above that very, very important 200-day moving average. I think that'll give the market a major boost if it can hold that 200-day moving average. I should not be on mute. Please tell me I'm not on mute. There's a CLSN. Guys, you can hear me, right? Okay, thank you. Remember, guys, I don't talk all the time, not 100% of the time. Guys, MAXR. Look at the room it's got. So if you're wondering why a stock makes my watch list, so for those of you who are new, what I do, these are in my watch list, the watch list, I probably have 30 stocks. Okay, these are the ones, let's make sure here. Yeah, that's there, okay. These are the ones that are triggered from the watch list today out of the 30 stocks, because these stocks met the filter requirements that I have, you know, a minimum volume, breaking the high of Friday, the previous day's high, things like that, okay? So, but why did they make the watch list in the first place? Typically, any stock that makes my watch list, you know, what I'll do, once the market's closed, I will take my watch list of 30 stocks and I'll run through them one by one again, not just the ones that made that actually triggered. And I'll check the daily, weekly, and monthly chart, because what I'm looking for is, okay, stock may have had a decent day today. Can it still have some room to go, to run? So obviously at Maxar, I mean, just look at this weekly chart. Of course, it's got still room to run. So it's very possible that Maxar will make my watch list as a continuation for tomorrow. So even though it's on the watch list today, it'll probably be on the watch list tomorrow. You know, I mean, if it just collapses down to $10 later on, of course it won't be. And then I have a series of scans that I look at after hours, and I run through each stock in those scans. And again, I check to see what do they look like on the daily and the weekly and the monthly chart. If I think they have room to continue to run, then they'll make the watch list. So that's basically the watch list, and all you have to do is just load my windows. You know, from the toolbar, new, channel bar, and then Barry's windows right there. And then just, you know, if that's all you wanted to do, probably wouldn't be the worst thing. It gives you a finite number of stocks just to watch over the course of the day. I shouldn't say a finite. I mean, it'll usually, in fact, I'm surprised I haven't got anything from the short side yet. Not surprised. I mean, the market's up, you know, quite a lot, of course. MBIO. MBIO on the move here. Wow, look at that. That was a beautiful red bar ignored. Right there, you see that red bar? See that red bar right there? So there's the opening 15-minute candle. That red bar right there is completely engulfed by that candle, and the next candle is green. And of course, for it to be green, it has to be above the high of that red candle. That can signify a trigger to get in, 360. And look what it did, got all the way to 4. So the theory being, you've got to... Now, I like to see a few more green bars in a row before, but the theory being, you've got an uptrend, a pause, and a continuation. You have to manage those exits, guys, on the Maxar. You know, I mean, this is the cheap stock. You're getting great percentage increases, so... I do not have very much left. All right. Steelcase, another old school company. Steelcase, look at the guys, look at the room this one has. Steelcase, SCS. Office furniture business, of course, SCS. Let's see if it takes out 13. It's got a lot of room. Good, Don. Glad to hear. Well, guys, it's 10:30, and then typically, so kind of back to a normal routine. Not having to answer as many questions as during the test drive, which was phenomenal, guys. 4,000 people signed up for the test drive. Phenomenal. It was a tough week for me, or tough 2 weeks, I'll say that, but. No, I don't, Jeff. No, I don't use it. It needs more filters for me to use it, to be honest. It just needs more filters. All right, guys. So first of all, 10:30. So if you are new to this trading room, welcome to the trading room. This is the format, Monday to Friday, from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. Eastern Time, of course. I share my screen, and I'm live on the mic. And this is a free room. Hard to believe, isn't it? It's a free room. Well, the same thing. Well, weekly, daily, weekly, and monthly, Dave. Same thing. I mean, you know, I like to look at all these big time frames to see how much room a stock can have. Room to run. So if you are a Trade Idea subscriber, I share a lot of scans, okay? And I apologize in the YouTube, I can't share these. If I paste them all in, unfortunately, it really destroys, you know, the chat portion. So I do apologize, but if you can make your way into the trading room. No, the test, no test drive now. Won't be another one till at least August. So let me just, so if you want some of the scans that I'm sharing, you can click on the scans tab from within the trading room. Here are all the scans that I'm sharing, all right? You can also access it from the room drive icon. Looks like a half open folder. Click on that. Scans that I share, you can download. They are all go to a Word document so you can take a look at them all later on at your leisure. Okay. The links that I'm going to talk about, you can also download all the links that I'm going to talk about. Links, there are webinar links, training links, etc. So let me... Well, the test drive was, we opened it up, for $8.99, you had access to our full premium service for 10 trading days. And it ended on Friday. I don't make recommendations like that, Tina, but you know, if you're looking at stocks like Disney, I mean, I don't recommend, but take a look at Disney as an example. If you're, you know, it's a high price one, but you know, I mentioned this in the pre-market. Look at Disney. There's that cluster on the daily chart. It's popping up, but more importantly, look left and look at the room it's got. So, you know, obviously got hammered, virus, parks closed, etc., but making its way back. What I should do also before I keep going, well, we still have a promo on, guys. We do still have a promo on for 25% off. Now, this is it, okay? There's the discount. The test drive, I'm not sure. It may go to the end of the month, okay? It may go to the end of the month. The email may have said that, I'm not sure. But there it is, Love to Drive. Let's go over what the, whoops, just give me a second. That was wrong. Here it is right here. Okay, so I'm gonna put that link back in there. Okay, so here is the link though. Here is the link right there. And there it is, Love to Drive, all in capital letters, except of course for the numeric 2. So when you click on that link, basically we have 4 plans. The preferred, well, I want to call it the preferred plan, but with the premium yearly, $22.68 a year minus that 25%. Let's see how much that would be. Enter the promo code. Don't click here, click that little right arrow. Okay, so it'd be $17.01. That's our biggest plan we've got, the premium annual plan. Okay, we have the standard plan. The big difference. Wow, I think alt guys. Wow. The big difference is the AI. Okay, that's the big difference between our premium and our standard plan. I'll go over that a little bit later. You don't have to start off, and here's. Please listen very closely to what I'm going to say. You do not have to start off with an annual or even a premium. You can always try us out on a standard monthly plan, $118 a month, less the 25%, okay, only for the first month, or $228, less the 25% for the premium. The good news is, let's just say you decide you start off with that standard monthly, you take that, and it's a 25% discount. If within 30 days of taking out, say, this plan, you decide, you know what, I love Trade Ideas, I want to upgrade, say, to premium monthly or to an annual subscription, if you do it within 30 days, we will honor the 25% promo. Okay? So that's a great deal. So, you know, I would never expect, if you don't know our program, I mean, do not take a premium yearly plan, okay? You know, just try us out, standard monthly. Okay, I'm going to go over the links right now. Okay, Tina, from the toolbar, okay, the toolbar, click on New, Channel Bar, and My Windows, Barry's Windows right there. I see the airlines are popping, save, okay, and so there, My Windows right there. Now remember, before you click on that, make sure you save your layout to the cloud first. You can only have one layout loaded at a time. Okay, only one layout loaded at a time. So that will You click on anything from within channel bar and your layout will be replaced, which is okay as long as you saved your layout to the cloud. Okay? Now I'm going to go over some of the links and I'll go over what the AI is all about. Somebody asked, what do you get? Just give me one moment, please. All right. So I'm going to go over some of these links right now, okay? And then we'll get into the AI and Brokerage Plus a little bit. So at the bottom here, somebody asked, okay, the next test drive. So if you're interested in signing up for the next test drive, it's possible it's going to be sometime in August. There's no firm date yet. But if you click on that next test drive link, basically all I have to do is fill this in, and then when we know exactly when the test drive is going to be, you'll get an email notifying you when it is and how to sign up for it, okay? So you can click on the next test drive link right there. I've already talked about the pricing. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a daily video between 1:15 and 1:45 every day. There is a download link. So you should have, if you don't have, for instance, the buy and short buttons right on the chart or that similar tab in the single stock window, please download the later version of Trade Ideas. Okay, right there, there's a download link. Two key links here, guys, training and 20 short videos. All right, so if you click on the trainings link, we see all the training that we've got. One of them is the 20 lessons in 20 days. Of course, you can go at your own pace, okay? So that is the general training link right here, or you can just click on the 20 short video link. And again, I think I clicked earlier and 20 lessons. So, you know, most of them are, I think they're very quick, to the point videos. You know, what is an alert window, how to create an alert window, what is a top list, build a top list, etc., etc. The bottom three are all about Brokerage Plus, 18, 19, 20. These are all videos about Brokerage Plus. And let's see, there's the home page in case you had any questions. And these are three, we have some ebooks here that we created. Click on that link right there. Excuse me, if you're a Mac user, this is a PC program. You know, the app is a PC program. There are three ways in which you can use our program if you're a Mac user. Okay, so click on that link and it'll outline the three basic ways in which you can use our program if you are a Mac user. All right, now I want to talk a little bit about the AI. Make sure I've answered all the questions. I think I'm up to date on questions. I hope I haven't missed any. If I've missed any questions, now, Tina, are you on the app or the web-based version? Okay, so tools. I'm sorry. If I said tools, I apologize. It's from the toolbar. New channel bar. Okay, from the toolbar, it's new and then channel bar. Sorry about that. If I said tools. Okay, so it's new and then channel bar and then my windows. So let me talk a little bit about what the AI is all about. Somebody asked, what is the difference between standard and premium? This is the big difference, is our AI. So okay, Tina, I'm just going to try to help. New and then channel bar. Do you not get this? The channel bar popping up? New channel bar. Okay, there we go. And then my windows, Barry's windows, okay? If you wanted to upgrade, Greg, you could. Okay. If you, I don't know what you've got, but if you wanted to upgrade your account, you could. All you have to do is, okay, you just have to contact. I can give you. Yeah, I can give you somebody to contact if you're wanting to upgrade, and you can use the promo. Just tell what's Kelly actually. So just tell her what I told you if you're looking to upgrade. Yeah, so if you're talking about on the chart, we don't have Bollinger Bands on the chart. Yeah, Greg, I'm trying to pass the buck, but I don't really get into the accounting aspect of it. All I can do is point you to Kelly, and I have no idea. Sorry. Well, a low float box from the channel bar, it would have to be, I don't know what, let me just see. Again, are you on the app or on the web-based version? Because I know the web-based version doesn't have all of the channels for whatever reason. Okay, well, I don't even see it here. I don't even see a low float. Trade the guy. Yeah, we might have called it. We might be calling it something else now. I don't know. I don't see a low float either. So. Well, there's not too much to configure. Okay, I mean premium. Basically, this is what I'm going to go over. Okay, I mean the big. If you're buying premium, this is why you're doing it. Not this one, but this is why you're doing it, is because you want the AI. That's the big reason if you want our premium service. So let me just show you what the AI is all about. So we have, I don't know if we've reduced them, but we'll say, I think we've probably, well, we've got between 35 to 50 what we call baseline strategies. This is not one of them. But basically, this is what happens. The AI waits for the market to close, so has access to the latest market data, and then takes a look at the filters that are in place in the AI strategies. This is not one of them, and the AI strategies have a lot more filters, and starts playing around with, okay, maybe changes the range. You know, I have here the prices between 1 and 30. Maybe makes an adjustment, say makes it between 5 and 30, runs the back tester. What effect does that have on the profit factor and win percentage? Maybe takes a filter out and adds one in. Runs through all of these strategies. Obviously, even to just do one, to try to running through this optimization procedure is very tedious. To do 35 to 50, impossible. Obviously, a computer has to do it. So what happens is then, is tomorrow we are then presented with the strategies that made the cut. Making the cut typically meaning that a strategy has to have a win percentage of at least 60 and a profit factor of at least 2, except for these 4 down here. They don't really care what the profit factor, these are the Neo strategies, and they're a little more aggressive, okay? That's why you see them every single day. But these are the strategies that made the cut today, okay, because they had the right combination of win percentage and profit factor, again, except for these down here. So if you have our premium service, and this is what I recommend you do, is from the toolbar, new, and then AI/Holly strategy trades window. This box will pop up, and then all you have to do is just wait for the alerts to happen. Okay, wait for the alerts to happen. And every morning, of course, before 9:30, nothing will happen. This box will be blank, and you just wait for them to happen. So in terms of configuring, I mean, if you have the AI, that's the most important step. okay? Because you want to see these, of course, all day long. I use it as a watch list more than anything else. I don't take the trades immediately or anything like that. I use it as a watch list. Plus, I have personally, I have a certain price range that I like. I like the ones under 20. You know, unfortunately, I missed the Doyu because I had a competing alert happen. But a great alert, 793, it got all the way up to 830. Nice percent. It's pulled back now, but this could still give us another entry later on. I mean, look what it's doing right now. So that's the AI. There's no user manual, Dave. All I can do is show you the data points. You know, it's an advanced. It is an advanced feature. I can show you the data points that you can use, but there's no manual. Just a moment, please. I'll give you the data points that you can use. And most of them are on pages 5 and 6. This is what you'll see. I mean, this is a formula editor overview. I suppose you can. Okay, but on pages 5 and 6 on this are a lot of the data points you can use, plus a bonus. Okay. It's based on C, yes. Here are the other data points that you can also use. Okay, there are the other data points you can use. And if you want to, I mean, here are the, I mean, you asked the question about C, so you probably know a little bit about it, but here are the operators, okay? Right here. After that, you're on your own, my friend. Okay. All right, let me talk about Brokerage Plus. And I'm not going to go in as much detail on Brokerage Plus as I did during the test drive. The big thing about Brokerage Plus is, first of all, from the toolbar, and it is only available if you have the app, okay? It is not available in the web-based version. So, from the toolbar, click on New, Brokerage Plus. This is the Brokerage Plus window. You can use Brokerage Plus in one of two ways. A lot of you will use it as our trading simulator, paper trader, okay? All you have to do is, where it says connected, you just check Trade Ideas Simulated Trading. If you have an Interactive Brokers account, you can actually connect it to your Interactive Brokers account and trade your account using the Brokerage Plus window. So for instance, if I wanted to take the BW trade, you know, I can do it in a very manual way. BW, see how it shows up here. And I can pick how many shares I want to trade. I can pick the price I want to get in at. Now there's DFFN. I have a distaste for this stock, but let's just take the trade. I mean, I'll just take the trade to show you how easy it is. Let's take 300 shares. I'll take it right at the market. The spread is okay. So it just took 300 shares at 153. Okay, all I did was I just clicked on the alert, picked how many shares I want, and I went in at the market. I could do that because the spread was, was a penny. So going into the market is no big deal. And now I can manage my trade. Now I can put a stop. Typically this is not what you'd want to do after the fact, but I'm just going to show you how you can put a stop. Let's say I wanted to put a stop right down here. You know, that looks like a pretty good support area. So around 135. So I put a stop price at 135. I can scroll, I guess I can't. Just type it in, 135. And sell. And you see how this appeared right on the chart? Right on the chart it appeared. So at this point now, if I allowed this to take me out at 135, I'd lose $52 with the 300 shares. I can also, if I wanted to, I can use this like a trailing stop, or I could move the stop up. If I didn't like that stop exactly, I could move it up. But I could use it as a trailing stop. Well, let's say the stock starts to really move well. I could just start to move the stop up right on the chart. I can also put a target in if I want. Let's say I wanted to put a target of $2. You put it in both places. This is a very manual way to do it. Okay, and I could sell, so I put it in both places. And you'll notice, you won't see it up here on the line because obviously $2 it's outside. But if I look at the weekly chart, there it is. Well, monthly chart shows the price, but it's right up here. Okay, so if I allowed it to take me out automatically, I'd be up $142 at $2. Okay, so highly visual, and of course the same thing. Let's just say it's really started to work and still coming from a nice pattern. I could move my target up and down as I see fit. Okay, so that is the use. That's how you can use Brokerage Plus. Now I can get into a little more detail later on, but how you can set up what we call one-click trading with stops and targets already put in place as opposed to doing it manually. Guys, I don't have that much MAXR left, but it's still working. No, Fidelity does not. The only broker you can use to trade your account using Brokerage Plus is Interactive Brokers. We're looking to add others down the road, but at this point, it's only Interactive Brokers. Screen is frozen. The only thing I can maybe suggest is you've tried to refresh. Maybe you're going to have to just get out of Trade Ideas, or sorry, get out and reload. Okay, you might have to do just other than that, I don't know how to help you. When do they announce the winners of the Price Alert contest? Not sure. Let me just do a quick. Okay, let's see if somebody answers me. Okay. All right. Oh, I see. Maybe I read that question wrong. I think I thought he meant does Fidelity participate with Brokerage Plus? Maybe I read that wrong. Guys, you have no idea how much fun it is for me to be back taking some trades again. I had especially when they're working. I don't have that much of the MaxR left, but what a nice alert. It's almost $1 now. Yeah, I'm not in love with the name Brokerage Plus, to be honest. Maybe we should do a poll and what would you rather have it named? So let's see how the watch list performed so far, okay? So why I have it like this, you'll see this is called a repeating. I get the question a lot. What is the difference? Well, you'll notice here that MaxR will keep repeating. You'll see MaxR over and over again as it keeps making new highs. That's why you'll see it here. Or CLRB will make, in fact, why is not, okay. Okay, This one, you'll see the alert the first time it happened, the price the time and the price, and that's it. So I love this. I love seeing it like this because I can go back and say, okay, well, what happened since the alert? You know, what did it do? I can sort of see how well this watch list performed. So, you know, if we go back 798, I mean, it's almost $1. I'm not saying this would have been easy, but Maxar, of course, 1286, almost $1. Doyu, now I mentioned this could still be good later on in the day. I'm going to put a price alert back up there. The problem with this one is that, again, these only trigger if they take out the high of the day, and that there was a high in the first 15 minutes, so it had already run. And so, you know, we already given up quite a bit of that move. And so that's why I wasn't so wild about this one yet, but you never know. Later on in the day, this could take out that high again. The CLSN, 330. I mean, it got as high as 365. It's still alive, guys. I mean, there's a nice pullback, and it could still be alive. But, you know, another nice percentage move. I don't think the BW really moved very much. But you can see why. What's the high here in the weekly chart? 256. You know what? I mean, if it takes out 256 again, I mean, look at the room left on that weekly chart that it can run. It's a fairly low float, 39 million. That's why it made that's why it made the watch list. No, just the market hours highs. And then the DFFN, yeah. I mean, I added this morning, okay? This was not on the watch list for my Friday afternoon work. I added it this morning just in case. You know, it's a super low float, just in case it went crazy. Okay, so we do have an external linking tool, not to be confused with Brokers Plus, okay? Not to be confused with Brokers Plus. So, because, you know, in the 2 weeks of the test drive, I know it got confusing for people thinking, well, if I don't have an Interactive Brokers account, that means I can't use trade ideas. Nothing could be further from the truth. It's just that we happen to have this order entry screen that links with one broker right now, Interactive Brokers, so you can use this as an order entry screen. But we linking meaning that when you click on an alert, it'll load into your broker's platform, just saving you the step of having to type in symbols all day into your broker platform. It's not trading it or anything like that. You have to trade then from within your broker's platform. And we have a linking tool right there, tools, external linking. And I do believe we link with Fidelity. So that, you know, you just add the link, you know, and you just follow these instructions. And again, linking with Fidelity, all that means is click on an alert, saves you the step of having to type it into the order entry. All right, Thomas, so what I would do then is go to the home page, and Bill is not there today. He had but let's see if somebody else can help you. There may be a script prepared, and ask, how do you link to Fidelity? Anybody using Fidelity in the room? You know, that's the other thing I can try, maybe do a group sourcing on this, crowdsourcing on it. Yeah, this trading, okay, Chris, so, and it works? So, I mean, if you don't mind, and you know, if you have time, maybe you can help. Well, can you get the external linking tool to work using Fidelity? But can you get the external linking tool to work? So I mean, listen, if you can't, it's not the end of the world. It just means you have to type the symbol in every time you get an alert. That's all. I mean, the external linking it's just a time saver. That's all it is. Well, the trading room is completely separate from trade ideas. Okay. So how you got in IceCap is exactly the same way you'll get in every day. You know, you go to our homepage and click on Trading Room, and once you do it once, I mean, then you're in. Now I've seen this GNLN keep triggering here, GNLN, and that is one that also broke through the 200-day moving average today. Yeah, it's not 100% though steady. Even if you don't see it there, it doesn't necessarily mean that it doesn't link. So if you okay, yeah, it doesn't necessarily mean. Yeah, when you click on the rules, just because you don't see Fidelity here, it doesn't mean we don't link. A lot of linking is just trial and error. You have to understand that the brokerages don't care whether we can link with them or not. Okay, a lot of it can be trial and error. You know, most of the time, the linking can be established in the order entry box in your brokerage platform, but sometimes it has to be started from a chart. But once you figure out how to do it the first time, you know, then that's it. You don't have to keep figuring out. Okay, let me talk a little bit about the similar stock window, or the similar stock tab here, which I haven't looked at all. Very, very cool tab we've got here. Okay, so if you don't have that tab in the single stock window, and the single stock window can be accessed from the toolbar, new single stock window. And the single stock window, the similar tab is just automatically added. You don't have to add it, it's just there. So here's how I use it. I click on the similar stock, on the similar tab, and I duplicate the window. And I duplicate it twice. So that's why you see these two here. Then I sort on the change from the close column. I sort it both ways. I want to see the ones that are up the most, right at a glance. And look at this one, wow. Well, it's a pink sheet stock, granted, okay, but wow. INVVY. And then I also sort the other way so I can see the ones that are down the most, right at a glance. There's BLRX, down the most. So these are the top performing stocks in the pharmaceutical preparation sector, and here are the worst ones. Of course, I can click on, you know, it'll change the sector. Well, I guess that's in the same sector. Same sector. I mean, this is why. I mean, the pharmaceutical preparation is something that is just, okay, deep sea freight transportation, okay? So you can take a look at how all the stocks are doing in that sector. The top performing ones and the bottom ones. Okay? Now here's how I really use it. Because I love this sector. This is a very active sector, usually every single day, the pharmaceutical preparation sector, okay? So basically I take this window that you see here and I pop it out. I right click, pop it out. And then here it is. As a top list, now, I can add the filters that I want. In other words, you know, maybe I don't want to see certain price ranges. I want to have a minimum volume. So I can add filters in here to really streamline it to get to the stocks that I want to see. And this 1 second. And this is what it would look like. And I sort on the position in the days range column. I love seeing stocks near the highs of the day. Okay, but this is how I sort. So this is in the pharmaceutical preparation, and I can give this to you if you want. Just pop it in. Because this is just an active sector every single day. Now, of course, you might have you might want to see the energy sector or maybe the home builders. I mean, you can do the same sort of thing. I just happen to like the pharmaceutical preparation, but you know there might be some sector that is just on fire today, and you might want to follow that sector all day long, as an example. Wow, look at GNLN. I don't know too much about this. Boca Raton, okay. Meanwhile, I keep hearing SAVE over and over and over again. Spirit Airlines. What's American doing? See, America, AAL was in trouble before the virus, guys. So, I mean, can't blame it all on the virus. It really still hasn't broken out. Let's take a look at UAL. Let's see if there's UAL hasn't broken out. Whereas, I guess none of them have really broken out. Broken out meaning getting out of all this cluster on the daily. Now you're giving up a lot here. I mean, that's a $20. But I mean, if they want to start really recovering, you know, breaking out of this area, how's Delta doing? They all look probably kind of the same. All this cluster. See, it looks a lot better on the daily. You know, it's breaking out on the daily for sure. And so they're all a lot of them are looking the same. I mean, it's amazing. You know, all these airlines are looking the same when you look at the daily chart. They're all kind of UAL not quite the same, but SAVE definitely is definitely breaking out here on that daily chart. Okay, guys, well, the Maxar, I'm completely out of the Maxar. You know, I mean, you had to be watching this. I'm completely out. 14 was obviously a tough one to get through. So, completely out of the Maxar now. Yeah, Adam, nobody can give you that sort of advice, okay? Not me or really anybody. I mean, they may give an opinion. I have no opinion on that, really. I am not allowed, number one, to give advice like that. If I said sell now and tomorrow they just pop, you know. But so I cannot give you advice like that. Okay, I'm going to put my levels here. So this is from my video that I do later on. Set one little. And an average of about, yeah, okay. Yeah, be very careful with this, Mark. I know it triggered there. Mark triggered there. On the daily chart, what did it get to? So it would have to take out 3 for me to get interested at all. I mean, this is just a trader's delight right now. Okay, look at the volume, 36 million. So it's almost traded the float. The float is 37. It's already traded 36, so it's almost traded the float. Somebody asked in the YouTube feed about eyes. Yeah, hey, listen, I mean, it's a low float situation, 5 million in the float. Lots of resistance here, though. A lot of resistance around 113, not that far away. 110 to 113. I mean, it's had a nice little pop, but I mean, look, if this takes out, say, 119 later on, yeah, it's very possible. Because after that, then it has room to the $2 level. Again, guys, when I say has room, it doesn't. I'm not saying it's going to get there. I'm just saying what we're trying to do is take some of the chart resistance out of the play. For a reason why a stock may not go up. A lot of other reasons why the stock can just stall, even if it breaks out of this area. If I look at highs, but at least what we're trying to do is just take out the chart resistance as a reason for it maybe to not keep going up. Did you use the rule? Did you use Interactive Brokers Live? Did you use that rule? Well, I always use Live, so I don't know. I can't help you there, Steady. I always use Really? That's kind of weird. That's kind of weird. I mean, I've used Live, forever. Never had an issue. I do apologize. Some of these technical issues like that are just, I just don't know why it happens. You might have to go to our tech support. What do I think of Macy's? Well, let's see, what is Macy's doing? I mean, obviously, not much. I mean, it's having a little rally today. The only way I'd get interested in Macy's if it ever took out 720. You can see on that weekly chart, for a longer term hold. But look, Macy's is in trouble. Well before the virus. Yeah, good parade. Yeah, Adam, if you're listening to me, no, I cannot do that, okay? I'm not a financial analyst. I'm not allowed. I cannot tell you. Okay, I cannot tell you, should you sell now or wait till expiration date. I just can't do that. Symbol link this week is it's over. That was just more test drive. It's over. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Thank you, Phil. Wow, Alt is still alive and kicking. Just wish it hadn't done all this, at the beginning. Just very... Okay, so Greg, there are only two options. Right-click, properties, and symbol linking. You can either check it or uncheck it. Okay, so obviously I have these three windows checked because when I click on an alert, I want to see ALT in all 5 of these windows. Okay, so that's why that happens. And obviously in my SPY chart, it's unchecked. That's why it doesn't change. Okay, that's it. There are only two options, checked or unchecked. So right click on the chart. Okay, good. Oh man, alt is going to drive me crazy. But anyway, guys, if you were if you stuck with it, you know, I had tremendous last 2 weeks. Virus play, of course. All right, 11:18. So let me just going to a couple other things. Some emails coming in. Just want to. Oh, Eli, I'm sorry. Using crossover on Mac and some panels. Wow. When you say some panels are blank, can you be a little more explicit, please? So when you say, okay, so click on the channel bar. So what do you mean? So you're talking about a channel within, so you've clicked on a channel and windows are blank? Or when you say no icons, you mean you don't see, okay, the channel bar. So new channel bar. What are you clicking on? You should see all this. I mean, so I'm not 100% sure when you say you don't see any icons. Are you talking about these icons? I'm sorry, I'm confused. When you say icons, you're talking, so you don't see these. You don't see like the icons. You don't see the names of the channels. That's an interesting one. Another technical question I can't. The only thing I can suggest is maybe an account and do a reset. Charts are down? I don't think so, Raj. I don't think so. Believe me, I'm the first to complain, but I don't see the charts are down. Oh, crossover. That's the Microsoft. I think Microsoft. Yeah, most people. You know what? Okay, I know Michael is there. Okay. Start a live chat and ask. I know that we had crossover before, but I think that Microsoft did some stuff, and I don't think crossover is working as well as say something like Parallels. You know, but let me give you the homepage so you can ask that question. Okay. Yeah, I have a feeling there's something going on with crossover. Meanwhile, ATRA, which was an absolute screamer last week, and really for the last 3 weeks, from 7 all the way up to almost 20, finally is having a day down. Well, somebody asked me about VTIQ. I'm sorry, I know I saw that VTIQ. Well, I don't know what to say about this one. I mean, this is let's see what the spread is. It's always been a bit of a crazy spread. I mean, 3 weeks ago, 2 weeks, yeah, 3 weeks ago, it hit 35. I mean, it's for me, it's a very difficult trader, intraday type trader because it is so whippy. I remember ARNC at the beginning of the day was just whipping higher. Gave up $2 now, ARNC. Oh, this is really giving it up now. ARNC is really starting to give up. This would have been a nice capitulation type play. Oh man, MAXR. I'm out of it now, guys. I'm completely out of MAXR, but that's a big pullback. That's a big percentage pullback from almost 14 down to 13, 30, 40 or so. But this will probably still be in the watch list for tomorrow if it holds. Meanwhile, Fly is, well, you know what it's doing. Wow, look at this! Look at the gap. Look at this potential move here, especially if it gets well. I mean, that's 928, the high, looking left. On that weekly chart, it's a fairly low float, 30 million in the float. SPY is doing nothing now. SPY is just settling down. Huge pop, of course, pre-market. Little minor pullback, but it's still hanging tough over the 200-day moving average. Wow, alt, alt, alt. It's basically a triple in about a week and a half for alt, ALT. Hey, another one on the move. Wow, look at these. Look at EFOI, another low float, 20 million, 12 million in the float, EFOI. Look at the volume that's coming in. And what room does it have on that monthly? Not bad. I mean, it's $1.30 from $1.03. If it get even close to $1.30, that'd be a nice percentage move. I wish that weren't here though. I wish it were more straight down. Just one moment, please. Okay, guys, give me about 2 minutes, okay? I'll be back in about 2 minutes. All right, guys, I'm back. Meanwhile, EFOI just is continuing here. I mean, again, if you got into this one, be very aware of this 130 mark on that monthly chart. And just saying, if there's any I want to see if there's any specific news on it. I don't see any specific. Yeah, I don't see any specific news on EFOI. And it's just halted. And it's just got halted, yes. And guys, again, this is the halts resumes. This is an alert window. And you can have access to it from Scans tab or the Room Drive icon, scans that I share. Yeah, I think the email is going out today, the winners of the price alert contest, okay? Man, oh man, Alt is just screaming, why did you do this to me at the very beginning? Yeah, it is still interesting. Yeah, the DOYU is still interesting. Very, how can we not take HEP, guys? No, I'm not in alt anymore. No, no, no. It whipped me out. I dabbled, my own, and I got out basically flat. The only trade I've taken really is the Maxar, which worked out okay. Wow, even this look at the red bar. We talked about this. Now this is even better. I mean, look at the red bar ignored here, okay? So there's the uptrend in the 5-minute chart. There's 3 green candles. There's the red bar completely engulfed by the previous green candle. Next candle's green and continues. That's what we call a red bar ignored. So uptrend, pause in the uptrend, continuation in the uptrend. And the trigger would have been around 9:10. I remember Sage. Wow. No kidding. I mean, it's not that long ago. I mean, in December of last year, so less than 6 months ago. This was a $156 stock. It was almost a $200 stock, but I don't know what happened that week. I can't remember, but something happened to Sage. Somebody was trying to short fly. I hope you got out. Boy, this one. Let's see. Got to look here. 921. Well, look, I'm going to stick an alert. This could be for tomorrow, more than anything. 921 takes this out right there because it has a ton of room. What do they do? No, it's an Irish stock. Interesting. Okay. All right, guys, this is a gap up and reverse Suncor SU starting to move down. SU gap up and a reverse. And of course, energy play right here. Yeah, look at SU guys on in mini collapse mode. I bet you a lot of the energy stocks are doing this. SU. In fact, I'm seeing a lot in my gap up. This is sort of a market barometer here. Gap up and reverse. Seeing a lot of stocks doing this now. They're reversing their gap up. You know, these are all stocks that are still probably positive, but they're moving down now. As the SPY, let's see, is it still holding that 200 day? Barely, 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 barely. Well, there we go, guys. There's the SPY testing. Well, okay, that's crazy. That's a big bottoming tail. Don't believe it. So let me reset that alert. I don't believe that bottoming tail. Okay, guys, just a second here. I'm just answering. Do we have a way to save all of your chart settings for export? Are you talking about these charts here? Chart. I don't think so. There's no way to export them. But you can. I can. But I can give you. I mean, I can give you a chart that you can have. Okay. Well, I mean, here's my 15-minute as an example. I have not. Yeah, I've not copied a chart for somebody. I don't think ever, to be honest. One of the things you can do. One of the things you can do though is all you have to do is create your chart one time with the indicators that you want to see on virtually all your charts. Just do it one time, okay? And then right click and save as default. So then every time you open up a chart, it'll have the indicators that you want to see on every chart. Okay? So you may take my chart and maybe you want to make some changes. Just make sure you save as default. Then every chart, then you can open up the charts one at a time, the different and change the time frames. But all the indicators will be probably the ones that you want to see on every chart. That is correct. Indicators are not available on the web-based version. Not yet. Wow. Alt. I cannot. Well, heck of alert, guys. 7.98. There's $2 from that alert. All right, guys, it's getting close to my break time. In about 10 minutes, I'll be taking a break, and in the YouTube, find out who's on today. Well, you heard it said many times in this room, you'd only really have to have one good trade, guys. I'm not saying the alt was easy at the beginning, but from there, almost straight up, little pause there. The Maxar, though, probably I was more impressed with the Maxar. Well, there goes alt, guys. Over $10. At least it was over $10. Oh no, Apex. That's sorry to hear that. Well, I mean, you're being complete and utter chase mode right now for the alt. I mean, listen, does it still have room on the monthly chart? Of course, but you know, at this point, I mean, look, I mean, I have no crystal ball. I mean, this could keep going higher and higher and higher without any pullback for a while. But I mean, at this point, you're chasing it. No, no, don't be sorry to ask, Miguel. So, yeah, are you talking about these? These are because I want to see alt on all these time frames. Okay, I want to see it in all these time frames: the 5, 15-minute charts, daily, weekly, and monthly. Yeah, we don't talk like that in this room, Mohammed. I mean, what's the best stock to buy in? I mean, I'm certainly not going to tell you what the best stock. There's no such thing. You might get some opinions from people about, but I mean, don't come to a room. I mean, you shouldn't. You can listen to maybe people's opinions and all, but look at, oh, yeah, Miguel, you know what? Trade ideas can be overwhelming at the beginning, but I don't use, I use very few of the overall features of trade ideas. Okay, I learned a long time ago to whittle it down to just a few windows, and that's it. And then after that, it just becomes a matter of chart reading more than anything. Which has got nothing to do with trade ideas. You do have to have some. Okay, I'm just watching here. Okay, so you see, I let this thing happen. Of course, what I would have done typically, got out of this one earlier, I would have raised that. Don't like the way it was trading. So I let it take me out automatically. That's why it closed out. Took the stop out right on the chart. Did you just load it though, El Walsh, did you just load it now? Because you won't get all the previous ones. When did you load it? Can you hear me? No, 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 no. You'll start getting the alerts as you see them here. Okay, when you load an alert window, you will not see. I mean, I obviously had this loaded right from 9:30 on. Okay, but if you just loaded it, you're only going to see the last ones. You should start to see the repeating ones, but you'll only see the last ones. You will not see all the previous ones because you just loaded it. These are ones from 9:45 as an example. That make sense? So you'll get alerts from the time from the time in which you loaded it on. Well, okay, don't confuse. This is my layout that I'm using, okay? The layout in the channel bar is just going to show, we try to keep it very simple. The channel bar, my layout or these windows in the channel bar are just really meant to have people zero in on these and maybe a couple of charts. That's all it is. You want these other windows, they're available from the scans. We try to keep the layouts in a channel bar very, very simple, and not have a lot of extra windows, etc. So my channel bar really is just trying to concentrate people on looking at these stocks all day long. Okay? But I am sharing like a ton of different scans. If you click on the scans tab, here are all the scans that I'm sharing. Way more than what you see here. And also in the room drive icon, scans that I share or download. That'll go to a Word document. You can look at them all at your leisure. And why I don't create one giant layout with all, because not everybody wants every single scan. So sort of an a la carte, pick and choose what scans might look interesting to you. No, well, not within trade ideas, no homebrew. And I cut off at 3. Yeah, there's no real answer to that, Richard. I mean, I use 5 and 15-minute charts, but I'm also, because I'm a momentum trader, the stocks that I see are either usually right at the low of the day or the high of the day. So I don't have to worry about intraday resistance. That's why I look at the daily, weekly, and monthly to see, okay, you're at a high right now, intraday. Is there still room for you to move on the, wow, this is ticking me off. Alt. Is there still room for a stock to move on these higher time frames, without encountering some resistance short term? So there's no such thing as a best. Some people use 2-minute charts. Some people use 1-minute charts. I mean, the lowest time frame I use are 5 and the 15. Who are in other chat rooms? I have no idea. Homebrew. Well, yeah, pre-market. I open the room at 9 o'clock. Okay, Eastern time. So half an hour before the market opens. This is the only trade ideas trading room. Okay, this is it. Okay. Okay, guys, in the YouTube feed, Michael Noss is going to take over. So I will stop my streaming right.
Okay, guys. So, apologize for the setup there. Usually you have Steve with you today, but he's just taking a little trip. It's kind of getting out there and good to go. So, you guys are stuck with me today. Again, let me know if you can hear me and see me and how all that goes. I think everything's set up okay. I'm able to see the screen and everything, so I think we're good. Again, if you're new here, what we do is we give Barry his much needed time off, and we come in and we answer questions loud and clear. Good to hear. So, any questions about trade ideas or trading or anything trading related, now is a great time to make them because you've got me for an entire hour focused 100% on just answering any questions that you guys got. So, how is everyone surviving this rather dull market? Taking a look here at the SPY. Let me open up my pen here to help annotate things a little better. Sorry. So, again, we love questions here because everyone you hear at this afternoon kind of session are traders and do other things for trade ideas as well. So we spend the morning trading and helping out clients and do all that kind of stuff. So we don't really have anything prepared when we come here. So anything questions you guys have, don't think of it like you're burdening us in any way, shape, or form. It actually helps kind of pass the time and keep everything up and running and stops us from waffling on too much. I just signed up for premium month. How can I start to learn and get going? So, this is a great place. You've actually popped into a great place every day once you have questions. This is kind of the best place for it. Now, what I will do, I'm just grabbing this here. I'm going to send you our getting started course. So, of this link, there's going to be 4 videos in this playlist, and they start at intro to trade ideas 101, and then they go 201, 301, 401, and so on. So if you're brand new, it's great to start there, take some time. We understand it's a complicated program. As I just see you say, there's so much on the screen. There is a lot to do. There's a lot in trade ideas, but what's important is just to make sure that you're finding things that kind of make sense to you. And the best way to do that is to go through the intro training, and they'll say, here's how you set everything up. But while I have you, and until other questions come in, we'll go over some basics, a good place to start for today. And then maybe pick some time after the close where you've got a little bit of time hanging out, and then use that to take the lessons because they are long. We understand that, but again, there's a lot in the program. So first quick question. Tilray moving. I actually own some Tilray in another account. So it's just about to break. It just broke yesterday's high. So that's interesting. I'll put a little note in there. Is there any way to get my liked symbol window to update more often? If you're in the my liked channel, and for the gentleman who's saying he's brand new and he's looking to get started, this channel bar that opens up when you get started is the first and best place to go and kind of pick of what it is that you need to see, because we've got channels for pre-market that you can watch in the morning. We have trending channels. We have ones for short or for swing ideas, for stocks surging, things like this. But if you're in the My Liked channel, note that this My Liked symbol list, along with every symbol list, updates every 30 seconds. If you want something that's a little bit more active, what I like to do is kind of what they have here is a high-low ticker, but what I'll do is I'll add in pretty much every alert that we have, and then I will apply that to the My Liked symbol list. Add alerts. And then what you'll do is you'll get this massive, you can just click them here, but you'll get this massive list of, your own alerts that are constantly streaming through. And this might be a little bit too much, but it will kind of tell you. I don't have much on my list. We go from there. Now, if you're talking about from when you click on the heart to when it gets inside this window, that is something that we're working on to make that a little bit faster. Just to update that list. That's just a server-side tech thing that we got to figure out. From which tab do you get to the channel bar? So if you're on the downloaded application, you just hit New and Channel Bar. If you haven't downloaded yet, just go to tradeideas.com, and the first thing we have kind of right on our main screen is our download list. So if you're not there, then download it, set it up. The first thing you should see should be this channel bar. If not, just click New and then click Channel Bar. I already have one open, but it will open one up here. And this is great because what the channel bar is essentially is just pre-built scans that Trade Ideas has that we've kind of given to you guys, as a way to kind of get started. So if you're a premium member, the first couple that you should see should be these the AI here, right? These are the 3 different AIs that we have running, and this Omni channel, if you've got the channel bar open, is a way to look at all 3 at once. So if you want to see how all 3 of the AIs are performing, you can just click here, and this will open up a channel that shows you every kind of trade that has been suggested today, and any new trades that come in will pop in here as well. So, for example, Docu, you can see it came in twice here from 2 different AIs. You can see in this little sim account that I have for demonstration purposes, I'm long that. HEP, right? You can just click on them and it says, oh, it told you to buy right here, and here it is now. You can kind of look, and then you can build your own ability to say, I want to potentially in the future trade these with these criteria and see what you would get. So on moderate mode, if you took all of these trades and you risk $250 per trade, you'd be up about $500, give or take. And that's kind of all shown there. But the other things we have in the channel bar that are great is Barry's window. So if you're in here watching Barry and you click on the Barry's Windows channel, you'll see kind of some of the same things that he's looking at. These are watch lists that he puts together for you guys, and as well as the chart set up the way he likes them. So you can go and say, oh, okay, he's looking at NTLA lower. You can see, yeah, it triggered right here. It looks like it bounced a little bit. Maybe you'd coil back over. Lumber liquidators looks like it's ran smack into the 200-day and is pulling back. These are his windows. The other cool things that you have on this are things like the pre-market channel. And this is great for kind of first thing in the morning. You can sit down and this will show you what's moving in the pre-market. All of these things are kind of built in. How to copy his script for setup. So if you're looking for Barry's layout, you can just ask for that when he returns, and he'll give you what he normally gives. But this is kind of what he watches. A channel that he's built for you guys is a great way to kind of get started. And again, make sure you've bookmarked that playlist that I gave you, because you'll kind of go right through, and it will show you how to take cloud links and share them. And it will, all of these things will be walked through kind of slowly, step by step. I'm just showing you the channel bar here and now because it's just the best way to start using the product right now and today. And then when the market dies down a little bit, which it kind of is doing here now, you can watch those videos and get yourself really kind of caught up with that. Good morning to you as well. What's the best window to check up on pre-market so that after the market kicks in, it seems like I'm late to the party? Sorry, new to TI. No, not at all. So the best place would be this pre-market channel. Again, these channels are the best way to go. Note that this isn't the full application. You can customize these however you want. If you want to see a different price point or a different volume point, you can build your own layouts, and most people do. But these are kind of great layouts just to get you in there and running. So, for example, I have my own, and I can share these with you if you want. But I have my own Gappers watch list here. Oh no, not that one. Up Gappers. It's this one, hopefully. Nope. 1 second here. Sorry, guys. I gotta clean up my cloud. I've got too much junk. So yeah, I have a little bit of a Gapper scan that I have here as well. And again, you can customize these with whatever colors and whatever metrics and whatever, anything that it is that you see fit. But for now, I would start with these. And then as you kind of go from there, you can kind of change them. I have a multi-screen setup, but I want to use the base channel bars. What's the best way to modify and save them? So you can actually build your own channel bars. Right here, you can see, well, it might be hard to see on your screen, but there's a line right here. So everything above these these ones here, these are my own personal channels. So what you do to build a channel, so for example, and I know people are probably sick of hearing this, but I do everything from a laptop. So I have one channel when my laptop is plugged into a large monitor. And then I have another channel when it's not. And then I have another channel for pre-market. And I have another channel for scanning at night. And I've got all these channels based off what I'm doing at that time. So first, what you do is you set up the layout the way you want. So you say you have a multi-monitor layout. So put everything exactly where you want it, get it set up in a way that makes sense to you and that you like. And then as soon as you're done that, save it to the cloud. So click File, Save and Share to Cloud, and then just name it whatever you want in this bar right here and click Entire Layout, and that will select all this, so you're saving your whole layout. All right, we can call it Test, and then click Entire Layout and click Save. Let me go through something real quick. I'm going to delete this so I can demo this for you. Okay, so now you have a layout that you like with your multiple monitor. Everything's all set up and good to go. So now you've saved that. So you're like, okay, this is the layout the way I want it. And I always want to be able to get back to it. Click on the gear and then click Edit Channels. Click Add Channel. And then you just pick a picture, whatever you want the picture to be. You write the name. I'm going to call it Test, just because we made a test layout. And then you can click Save from Cloud. And then we go Test. And let's just add this in. And boom, there you go. You've got a hit Apply. And there we go. And we're good to go. So now we have this test layout that I can go to at any time. And then, for example, when it's the pre-market, I'm looking at a layout that kind of looks like this, which has all of the pre-market activity. And then I take a look at what Holly's done yesterday, because I just like to look through the past Holly trades. And then I've got all my up gappers and my down gappers sorted the way that I like them by standard deviation as opposed to percentage. And then when the day's over and it's time to scan the markets, I click on this, and these are some scans that I go through. You can see I make the daily chart bigger because I don't need the intraday chart for the scanning. So again, you can customize these as you like, and this channel bar is a great way to do it because you can snap between channels really quickly. So hope that worked with the multi-monitor one. I'm trying to keep up to the questions here. Hi, Michael, on your TIU pod, or the TI for Mac podcast, confused about your instructions. If I'm going to use a Mac and I use the AWS, do I need to download something on the Mac? So what you do is you Google Amazon Workspaces, right? So just go how to set up Amazon Workspaces, and you get this great get started Amazon Workspaces thing. I'll copy and paste this in, and that's a great way to kind of get going. And then when you get to the point that you have Amazon Workspaces, what will happen? Let me see here if I can switch this layout quickly. What happens if I click on this? Kind of. So on my Mac, you can see this thing, and it's just a program that as soon as you get Amazon Workspaces set up, you can download, and it works on Mac and iPad and PC and everything. Sorry if that moving stuff around kind of bugs you. This is just a program that you'll download on your Mac once everything's set up, and then away you go. That's all there is to it. Basically what will happen is you have a Windows 10, a version of Windows 10 that exists entirely up in the cloud. And then you can do whatever you want to that, just like you can with any other Windows 10 type of system. And that's all there is to it. So yeah, check out that link on how to set up Amazon Workspaces. Again, we obviously can't support that because we're not Amazon. So we can only kind of tell you how to deal with trade ideas once you're all kind of set up. But it is fairly simple. You just Google how to do it, and they've got great write-ups. There's YouTube videos, the whole 9 yards. Right, so that's a nice kind of step-by-step how to set up, how to launch it, right? How to download. It teaches you how to download the consoles so that you can use it. You'll figure it out for sure. There should be a tier pricing in 10-minute slots available. So there is one-on-ones you can set up. You can go to our website and schedule a one-on-one. Those are paid for, however, because with thousands and thousands and thousands of clients, there's not enough people that work at Trade Ideas to spend an hour with each one. So what we do is we give you these great, the playlist I sent you is 8 hours of content of how to set up Trade Ideas if you want to go that deep. And then we have a live stream all day long with an hour devoted to question and answer. All of these different things, they're all provided to you for free. And then if you want a little bit more attention, then you can go from there. Your laptop can plug into 4 monitors. I don't believe in the 8 million monitor setup. I could. It's a MacBook Pro. It's got a dedicated video card. It could run those monitors, but I use one massive monitor and I click that in. So I don't use 4 monitors. Again, that's up to you, but if you have a beefy enough laptop, for sure. Powering monitors isn't nearly as intensive as it used to be. Can you leave TI running with auto trade even when you close your laptop, for example? Yeah. So again, Amazon Workspaces is just a Windows 10 computer in the cloud. So, I see your next question. Would it make more sense to buy a $300 laptop instead of paying Amazon $35 a month? That's entirely up to you. A lot of people will do that. They'll buy a desktop, like a dedicated desktop computer, and they'll just plug it into the corner of their house and away they go. I use Workspaces mainly because I want that internet connection to be up in the cloud and therefore always running, regardless of what I'm doing. If my internet goes down, I know that my auto trader is up in the cloud running. Again, this is just the way that I do things, but we bring it up in that podcast that you could just buy a desktop and throw it in the corner as well. And it's the same thing. It's just whether or not you're want to go through the hassle of updating and supporting and doing all this bug stuff and all this kind of away you go. But again, that is entirely up to you. For me, as a business expense, $35 a month, it's not that big of a deal. And I like the fact that it is always running, right? If my power goes out, it's running. If my internet goes out, it's running. Away we go. What's Amazon Workspaces for? That's for Mac people who are trying to run the downloaded version of Trade Ideas, which is Windows only. It's a couple workarounds that away we go. We have a podcast and we give people 5 or 6 different options in that podcast for Mac users. When you say the 8-hour playlist, is this what you meant, the TI University series? Yeah, the one that I linked above there is, I believe they're about hour and a half, maybe 2 hours long, and there's 4 of them in there. So, 5 of them. One is for the web version. The other 4 go from beginning to advanced. Yeah, it's just because 10 minutes of setup is not enough for Trade Ideas. You don't build a insanely powerful platform and sadly make it that simple to use. If you turn off the Mac app but leave TI and the AutoTrader logged on AWS, will it continue to run even after your MacBook is off? Yes. So Amazon Workspaces is just a computer in the cloud. So if you tell that computer to always run, it does not matter how you're connected to it. Again, what you're seeing over here is actually 2 different, these are all my 2 different live accounts that you're seeing here. And again, they're just always running. Before the world stopped moving, I would travel for Trade Ideas and for other companies I consult with all the time. I was flying all over the world and still had to trade because I'm a trader kind of first and foremost. And this was my personal workaround, is I could, on my iPad, set up my AutoTrader and then go on a flight. And when I land, I know that the entire time that thing was running. Again, please test in paper before you get to that kind of point for sure. Just don't jump in there. And where do you get alerts on Phil's orders if your Mac is off? The Interactive Brokers app. Well, no. Well, you can log on to the workspace from an iPad. You can log into it from your phone. Just note, if you log into the IB actual app, it will kick you off of the desktop version because they're really, really stingent with their data. It's a nice way to put it, where they're not super, they don't want to allow you to log on to both. So what I do is I just open up my phone if I'm around, or my iPad, and I just log into that workstation where we go. I was seeing it at $60 a month. Again, I'm not too sure on pricing. I know I'm paying for, I pay Amazon about $150 a month because I've got like 4 different servers doing different things at different times. But I know there's free options as well. And again, Amazon is only one of them. And I tried to say that in the podcast as well. The reason I use Amazon is because they're so big and well known. But Google has one of their own ones. Microsoft has one of their own ones. There's tons of different cloud computers app. But which one is powerful enough for TI? Even the lowest one should be powerful enough for TI, but it depends on what it is that you're looking to do. My servers have Trade Ideas and IB, and that's it. nothing else. But some people use them as PC replacements when they don't have access to a PC and they want it to be able to do more. Again, mine is, it just runs Brokerage Plus, and that's about it, and away we go. Thanks. Also, is the AI strategy basically the Jim Simon's Renaissance technology strategies? Obviously, different type, the same idea. No, it's kind of wildly different from Renaissance, where they were building systems and then just trading them away like that. But what the AI is doing is it's constantly bouncing between systems. So that's a little more of a big deal with what they were doing. And again, the whole Renaissance technologies is just, they're just older at it. But it would be the same kind of philosophy where you're trying to build trading strategies in a more quantitative way. Again, the point of this is that these ALSN and DOCU you see here are AI trades. We're trying to blend that man and machine where, you see I just moved my stop loss up to make sure I wouldn't take a loss on this, and I'm going to move this one up a little bit more here as well. But these were entered automatically without me touching the system. So it's a bit of we believe that it's not all about pure automation, that it's about the merging of kind of man and machine more than it is just what a Renaissance was doing, which was full automation. And you can do that, and I do that myself, but there is just a fair amount behind it that you need to understand. When do I think TI will work with Thinkorswim? I'm not going to even give you an ETA on that. I'll tell you where we are. We've built out the basic framework. We finally got permission from TD to be able to trade through their API. We need them to do some things for the API to make sure that things make sense. And then we're into testing. And the problem is, the reason I can't give you an ETA is because the test could last a day and everything works perfectly. More likely what's going to happen is we're going to test and there'll be some bugs, and then we'll test and there'll be some bugs, and so on and so forth. And then we'll release it early to you guys and say, hey, this is a beta. Be careful. Then you guys will test and tell us what the bugs are, and we'll go back. So it's a process. When you're trading people's actual money, we want to make very sure that everything we have done is tested correctly, and away we go. So if I were to use Parallels, I would just leave my computer on at all times to get accurate info from TI. What if I turn it off? What's the drawback to doing that? So what you're looking at right here, this screen here, is Parallels. So I use both. The advantage to Parallels is that you don't have that, you're not sending data to a server and back every time you click a mouse or drag a window. So this kind of stuff is way faster. But the downside is that I gave this 3 cores of my 6-core MacBook. So it's utilizing processing power and battery life and everything on my computer. So it just takes that away from other things. So now if you're using the Auto Trader, it's noted that if you're using Parallels, the second I close my lid, all data from Trade Idea stops because I've told the computer to stop computing. If, however, you're just using it as a scanning and alerting tool, there's really no problem with just loading on Parallels and closing your lid. It just means that any alerts that would have happened while it's closed, you would have missed. You can go back and look at them with the history feature or something like this. It just means that streaming data stops. As soon as you open your laptop lid again, it will start populating with data. So that's no problem. Again, the only problem is if you wanted it running at the same time that you were doing something else, right? But yeah, so it's, again, that's another benefit I find of AWS is that I'm offloading the processing power to someone else. So my Mac can focus on running Mac OS, and it doesn't need to both run Mac OS and Windows. But again, that's fine. Again, it's preference, right? And again, if you're just doing scanning, basic scanning and alerting, the web version's fine for that. The web version is just lacking a few of the advanced features like the auto trader and the ability to work with multiple monitors and link to your broker and these advanced features. But for just scanning and alerting, the web version is fine. And I use the web version often when it's time to scan at night. What I'll do is I'll just load up this particular layout on that web version. So again, the beauty of it is that everything, if you're saving things to the cloud, you can kind of pop around pretty easily. Got it, reparallel makes sense. Great. Lots of strategy and backtesting, and give me the best strategy. Right, that's kind of how it works, Speech. So basically, trying to figure out how the AI works. It kind of works the way you described, where it backtests all the scenarios, but we basically, again, our theory is that if you could just put pure mathematics against the market and beat it, that would have been done by a Renaissance or an MIT or Harvard or Yale or right some giant, monolithic computers would have already done that. So what we do is we build strategies based off of, I think, the 150 years combined trading experience that are in Trade Ideas. I've been trading myself for 15, 16 years now. And what we do is we give it our trading strategies and we have it try to optimize it with mathematics. So essentially what we do is we use our strategies, but there's people out there that want to use their own strategies and work from there. So keep in mind, right? I notice you say best strategy. There is no best strategy. There's no such thing as a best strategy. If anyone ever tells you they have the best trading strategy, that guy's a liar and you have to run away. The best strategy is one that you have faith in, that you've tested, that you understand that there will be drawdowns like there is with every strategy. You understand what those drawdowns will look like, and you have the ability to move on. So the best strategy is always the one that you understand the most about. What we do with the AI is we give you what we think is our best trading strategies based off what we've built and use the AI to refine. May not be the way you like to trade at all, right? So way we go is... Right. So again, there is no best. If anyone says there is, they're lying, right? Find something that makes sense to you. Again, if it's one or multiple of the AI strategies, great. You can use those. If it's something that you want to build yourself, then that's great. Go ahead and do that. But just understand that if there was this is one size fits all best thing, it just, right? It would be out there and the efficiencies of it would be destroyed and we would have to move on. So that's the benefit of the AI, is kind of adapting from there. At presently, is there a Trade Ideas application which can do 100% automated trade? Yes, you can auto trade the AI through Interactive Brokers. You will just need a premium plan plus the $1,100 Brokerage Plus add-on, which I'll just link a code for you to get to below. Note that you can test it with just a premium account. Again, all that's explained in those videos, how to set all that up and do that, but you can test the AI in Simulated, which we always suggest before buying and before trading with live money. And then you can just kind of see what trading style works best for you with it. You can do that there. So is AI taking strategies that your team input in the system, or is it 100% auto-generated? No. So we input the trading strategies, and then the AI refines them. That's kind of the best way to play. is that we build the strategies based off of, again, our years of trading experience. And then the AI refines the strategies and figures out what's working best in this particular market. So it's not all of the trades are 100% generated automatically by the AI, but the AI is essentially learning from us as traders, essentially put, and then takes what it's learning from us as traders and then tries to implement machine learning algorithms on top of what we've learned as traders. So it's kind of Trade Ideas' competitive advantage, and it's one of our main benefits is that we don't just throw a bunch of math at a system and say, okay, the math says it will work, so it will work, and then walk away. That's what causes a lot of failure with these other companies, is that they, they just go say, okay, math solves everything, and they throw math at it, and away they go. We start, but with a trader mindset, and then we apply the math on top of that. Again, that's why we believe that there should always be that combination of human and robot, and not just human and not just robot. Because again, if math could solve it, it would be the guys with the biggest computers that would do the best. I hope that makes sense. But yeah, so everything Trade Ideas does a combination between. Are most of your developer team members quants? No. So most of our developers are developers. Some of them are traders as well. Most of the people who work at Trade Ideas are traders, right? So again, I work with Trade Ideas. I do a lot of the building of the algorithms behind the AI. That's why I can talk so confidently about it. But I'm a trader first, and then I consult with TI, and that's the same with most people. If you see Steve and Andy and Barry and all these guys, we are all kind of the same, as we are traders and we use Trade Ideas. I've been a user of Trade Ideas since 2006, which is 14 years now. And I trade it with it, and then been using it so long that I come here to educate you guys and to help them build up their artificial intelligence and things like this. And then Steve and Andy have been using Trade Ideas since 2003 and trading full time. And then they come in here to help educate and support the product as well. So that's kind of how Trade Ideas works, is we want traders helping build out the product and support the customers and everything, because we understand trading. We do it for a living. Part of our living is generated by trading. And then we kind of help you guys out. Oh, I missed a hello. Hello, how are you doing? I am new here. Oh, well, you found a great place. A lot of kind of questions to ask. So again, if anyone is new here, we've still got 20 minutes. This is an hour devoted to answering your guys' questions. After that, it will be back to Barry, and he'll start trading away, and everything will be good to go there. But here's a full hour. And again, this hour between noon and 1 Eastern is the same everywhere. It's every day. You'll have a different person, a different trader will come on, and we'll just sit and answer your questions. Everyone with their own kind of area of expertise. Again, me, it's auto trading, the AI, back testing. My own personal trading philosophy is one that every trade I make, I want to have a statistical reason for it, and then I want to have a technical reason for it. And then lastly, I just want to take a look at the fundamentals, and I take the trade. Everything kind of goes through there. Again, Steve and Andy are not as they've been trading much longer than I have. They have more of just a gut feel of the market. So they take their gut feel, and then they combine it with technicals, and then they take the trade. So it's kind of cool that you may not resonate with my style of trading, but maybe you'll resonate tomorrow. I think Andy will be on. You may understand his, Sean comes on after that. He's just more of a shoot from the hip swing trader. and away we go. Can you describe how well Holly performed through the meltdown? Holly did not exist before the meltdown. In 2007, there was not the computer power to do what we're doing now. So Holly's been around since 2015 and has beat the S&P every year since then, but didn't exist then. Trade Ideas did. And again, I've been using Trade Ideas since 2006, but basically started as a scanning and alert service. And I used it in 2006 when I was trading on a prop desk. We used it for completely different things than we do now. No, the 2020 meltdown. What you specifically wrote 2007 to 2009 crisis. So I said didn't exist then. The 2020 meltdown, it is up 10%, I believe, year to date. So that's going to be your 2020 numbers. Again, depending on how you trade it. Everyone can trade it differently, but it's obviously still doing fantastically in comparison to the overall market. Go from here. Okay, speech. I just answered that. So if right, the March meltdown, that's the percentage, didn't exist in the 2007 to 2009 crisis. So no numbers for that. And we don't like to report we could go back and tell you how it would have worked in backtest, but we don't like to report backtested numbers. Everything we do is live, right? You can see it on your screen right now if you want to go and look at every single trades and where the entries were and exits. There's a lot of people out there that will go back 50 years and say how they did. We like to kind of look at this more live, real-time type of analysis. It looks like DocU or DOYU may come and grab me here. That's all right. That's all right. This one looks great. ALS. And what was it? Tilray? Tilray was moving? Oh, good. Tilray shot up there. Is that more of the weed? There was some weed news about helping with Corona or something. Maybe that's what's popping it, but that's a great trade. How come there's no HFT strategies? Those guys literally print money. You wish. So A, those guys aren't doing nearly as well as you think. B, the HFT style trading, the infrastructure you need is way more. We get a lot of people that come in and they want to mimic those guys' results, and they don't understand that if you don't have a server with super, super fast internet, within like a foot and a half of the exchange, that you're going to get your lunch eaten. So no, our focus is the retail traders. That's, who we want, to help out with. And so that's what we do as well, because that's the best thing that's going to help us, kind of the most amount, is to focus on the retail side of trading. We avoid HFT trading. Barry will be back it's the same link. This is the same site, but Barry will be back in 17 minutes. So all you have to do is go make a sandwich or something if you don't want to hear me and you want to hear Barry. He just takes a little lunch break around now, and we come on for testing. Is the AI settings account aware? No. So the AI settings are, they're not account aware. You kind of plug in what it is you want to see when it comes to trading results, right? So you can go into Holly and you can say, I want to risk X amount per trade, or I want to buy X amount of shares, or I want to do anything like this, but it doesn't know what your account size is, and there's no benefit to ever knowing that either, because basically there's no way of knowing how many trades Holly's going to take. So a lot of people say, oh, I want to split my account into, equal parts of Holly's trades, but we don't know how many trades are going to take place until well after they do. So we just do a risk per trade or a dollar amount or a share amount. And then what will happen is if you go over your buying power, Interactive Brokers will just block the trade. That's all there is to it. I came from the live trading room. Here's my question. I have Holly on enabled long strategies, but I'm not sure why no orders of tests. I have Interactive Brokers set up, and I'm also subscribed to real live market data. So you have, just to make sure, you have a premium subscription and the $1,100 add-on for Brokerage Plus trading. I'm sure that you've already taken a look at those. Right? So all of those are set up and you have live market data, your money is in US dollars and not in any other currency. That's kind of the next. I'm just going through the list of the common things that have the problem. Because that's another thing too, is if you have your money, I'm Canadian, and when I originally set up my account, my money was in Canadian dollars, and I needed to convert it to US dollars in order for it to trade. US dollars. Okay, well, what you'll need to do is, so you have this all set up and it's logged in, it's connected, and you have on, and there's trades that should have triggered but didn't. What do you have for your limit offset? Do you have negative 0.2 there? Friday night speech is when it would have done its math, because the stock market was not open Monday. Negative 0.5. Okay, so is it sending, when you go into your Interactive Brokers account, is it sending orders that just aren't getting filled, or is nothing even hitting your IB account? Just trying to pinpoint where the issue may be. Also, do you want to do me a favor, and we can take a look at this now? If I have to leave before we get this solved, I want you to email info@trade-ideas.com and ATTN Michael. And we'll continue to work on it there, just in case Barry's got to come back. But so go into your Interactive Brokers, check past orders, see if they maybe have gone there, were canceled. In which case, try to look at why IB canceled them. If they're not hitting IB, that means your API is not connected correctly. If they're going to IB and then IB is canceling them, then it's probably a setting somewhere on IB that you'd have to go through and change. But currently, just to let you know, don't be worried. We'll get it figured out. There's no errors or anything. I'm trading 3 different IB accounts right now through Brokerage Plus, and they're all working fine. So it's just a setting somewhere or something that we got to figure out. So let me know there if you've got, just let me know if when you open up IB and look in the transaction history for today, if you see trades there. Because, and I'm going to send you this just in case. It's a great video series that I did. There's 6 videos in the series. And it walks kind of slowly through the setup and use of Brokerage Plus, just in case. You may have already seen it, but just in case there's a setting that's messed up, you can kind of take a look from there. But yeah, we just got to get you. It's just a setting we just got to figure out. So go through that playlist and just make sure your settings, because I actually show my settings that I use. They're a little bit old. I have to update them, but they're pretty much the same. So go through those, check out those. If everything that you have is set up, lined up with everything that I have, what we need to do is just figure out kind of what settings go wrong. So check in Interactive Brokers to see if the trades have hit Interactive Brokers and maybe they've blocked it. If so, you're just going to have to contact IB to find out why. If they're not even getting sent to the broker, then it may be something on a setting on our ends. But if they're hitting the broker and being canceled, then it's going to be something on their end. We can go. So just, again, if you still think it's on our end, like no orders are being sent at all, you can always let me show you here. If you hit help right here and then send files to support, and when you email me, just say, hey, I sent the files to support. My username is blah, blah, blah. And here is a symbol that I think should have triggered, but didn't. And I can look into your backend logs and see your setup and check your data plan. And I could do all kinds of things in the backend there that I can't do just by talking to you. But again, if the orders are being sent to IB and canceled, then the problem's going to be on IB's side, and there may just be something you have to enable. Sometimes you have to go and enable and say, oh, I'm okay with API connections. Oh, that's another question, is make sure you're using Interactive Brokers Pro. If you sign up for Interactive Brokers Lite, they won't let you connect, which sucks, but they just want to block API trades so that they can charge you commissions, essentially. But yeah, those are the things to check. If all of those check out, just email me and say, hey, I've checked it and the orders are not even getting to IB. Here's my username, and I set the files to support, and I'll go back and I'll take a look for you this evening, try to get that figured out. Great. Glad. And again, don't worry. We have great support here at Trade Ideas. We'll help you out if there's an issue, for sure. All right, guys. No, so the AI doesn't look at futures. It looks at the individual stock history. There's no reason we have found to look at strategies at those. But what we do is we build in risk metrics so that if the market moves X amount in a certain time, that will go from there. The best way to learn the AI speech is, honestly, I would just pick up a month at that discounted code and just play with it. Right? It's been around for years. We're not taking it away anytime soon. It's best just to hammer away at it and see if indeed it's going to help your trading plan or not. And at the end of the day, it's only performance. Yeah, I see your last question. I just answered it there. It just doesn't. It only looks at stock data. We don't have any data connections to futures, kind of pretty much at all. No problem. And again, I would just play. You know, you always learn more by getting your hands in there and getting them dirty than you do by trying to figure it out from the outside. And we understand it's a complex system that we built, and a complex system is going to take people time to figure out. It's a good filtering mechanism, though. The people who really are okay with getting in there and figuring it out are probably people who are going to do a good job at trading. Can you back test with the regular? No. So the back testing and the AI are both part of the premium subscription. You can do 10 back tests as kind of a little teaser with standard, just to take a look at it. But if I show you here, Let me just run an odds maker and I can show you what it looks like. We got Barry coming back in just a few minutes for you other guys who are sick of hearing my voice. Still running. Let's just run. This won't be a pretty back test, but it'll be a back test. But yeah, so you can run any type of system that you build and say, okay, this is what would the return be if I took every one that came through? And this is kind of the foundation of my trading, is everything I do has a back-tested component. It doesn't necessarily mean that I will just simply auto-trade that. I will get it. I'll get the symbol and I'll say, okay, well, I know that this symbol that came from this list has, like this symbol from this list right here. I know that these only have a 30% win rate, but they have an amazing risk reward ratio. So what I'll do is I'll go through and say, I won't necessarily trade everything that comes through here because it has a 30% win rate. That's not the best win rate. But what I will do is I'll say, okay, let me look at everything that comes through here, like QDEL, and kind of make my own decision, right? QDEL triggered right here. I would have taken this if I wasn't here with you guys, just because it had come down and filled the gap. So that's kind of my methodology of trading of, I take something, I run the back test, I say, okay, that has a good back tested result. And then some of them I auto trade. Most of them, what I do is I watch them and I use my trading experience and eye and say, this is going to be the good one, this is going to be the bad one. Canada's a big country, so it depends where you are when it comes to the virus situation. Big cities are getting hit hard and rural areas not so much, which is probably the same as the US and, to be honest, most of the world. What profit factor and win percentage is your sweet spot? The optimization tab, essentially just you can see how different filters affect your strategy. So if I go through here and I hit the optimization tab here, I can just say, okay, here's my strategy by time of day, or by price. You can see that price doesn't really affect it that much. What about time of day? Oh, well, if I cut out this first hour, things work way better. So maybe I don't want to trade this before noon my time, which is 11 Eastern. And then I can go in and I can say, okay, well, what about the smart stop? Oh, well, look, if it has a higher smart stop, it works way better than it has a lower smart stop. Things like that. You can just go through and optimize them. When it comes to win percentage and profit factor, that is entirely up to you. That's, some people need a really high win rate. There's people who come in all the time and trade ideas and say, what's your win rate? Well, as experienced traders, we know that win rate is essentially irrelevant. It's what is your profit factor, right? So I ignore win rate entirely. I don't care if I'm right 1 in 5 times. Doesn't matter to me. What matters is over the length of it, will I make money? Right? So it's one of those, again, it's completely and utterly up to you. Some people couldn't stomach being wrong that often, right? What you're seeing is a lot of getting stopped out, getting a trade or two that does well, and then getting stopped out, and then a trade or two that works well. It's fine for me. Not so good for you. First by back testing, getting grab. Why don't I see you scalping? I'm not a scalper. I am a long-term day trader or a swing trader, mostly. It's just my trading style. Not a fan of scalping. I just know I'm not going to compete against the HFTs, so I don't scalp at all. Plus, I guess maybe it's just me getting old. Who knows? All right, guys. So I'm going to switch back to Barry. He is live and ready to go. Thanks for hanging out. I didn't plug my YouTube channel, which I usually do. So I'm just going to plug it there before I give it back to Barry. That is me. You can follow me if you want to hear me ramble more. Go right ahead. You can kind of check me out there. I've got tons of the back testing and all that kind of stuff. It's what I focus on, so you can find all there. I'm also training my fiance to trade. So for any of you new guys, that might be a cool video series to check out, with the next video coming up tonight. But I'm going to transition this back to Barry, and I will talk to you guys either later this week or next week.
Spread is a dime, $15.98, $16.08 right now. That's not good for a $16 stock. You know, if it's Amazon, that doesn't matter, but it's a little bit tough to commit. So unless that spread tightens up, but you gotta love this void, guys. I mean, look at the room it's got. All right, guys, am I in the YouTube feed right now? I don't know. Just give me a yes or no. Those of you on YouTube following the discussion in YouTube, am I live? Let me just see. I can probably tell. Okay. Thank you, Asia. Now, guys, this was a high flyer early in the pre-market, and it really did zero. It is trying to come back. EDNT, trying to come back here, guys. Look what it did in the pre-market. Got up to 289, and it was trying to come off the lows. This 50% stake in some company called Global Cleaning, or so I would keep an eye. You know what? I mean, if this takes out 240 or something, you know, right there, I mean, this could have a nice little run in it. It's a low float, 3.2 million in the float. Wow, guys, you know, I took did a terrible trade, really. Well, only not maximizing. This this one showed up. The CSFL showed up on the gap up and go earlier. I decided I took some, but I traded it out right around here, and now it's popped up again. CSFL. I see a lot of the banks are doing things like this today, regional banks. There's the Bank of Nova Scotia. TD Bank, I think, has earnings this week. TD Bank. Yeah, Manny, unfortunately, I can't do it. If you can come into the trading room, I can share links with you. I don't have a layout link that I can share. If you can come into the trading room, and I'm talking about here, okay? Which I can give you the link for it. It's easier for me to share links and all that. So just let me give you the link for the trading room, okay? Just YouTube does not lend itself to doing this as far as links and things like that. So here is a link. Oops, sorry about that. Here it is, okay? There's the link for the trading room. Yeah, the banks are so strong. I mean, really, really strong. And who's at the top? Look at these regional banks. Well, they're all at the top, but KBE, KRE, XLF. You know, these are these are a couple of ETFs for the regional banks, and this is the major ETF for the financial sector. These are right at the highs of the day. Well, here's another bank. You notice it, I don't mind talking about it a little bit. It came into the AI a little bit. I never heard of this one ever. Sandy Spring Bancorp. Never heard of them. DRAD. Let me see. So your question, Tom, about DRAD, I'm not sure. On our charts, we seem to be okay. Well, the overall, I mean, there's not one sector that is bad, but maybe, as somebody said, the banks are just starting to catch up. Let's take a couple hundred shares, okay? I'm going to see where they fill me here. Okay, good. In between. So in the simulator, just took this, SASR, taking advantage of the fact that the banks, these regional banks, are strong right now. So the AI is having a pretty good day, guys. If you look at just the ones that are there's only one that's actually in a losing position. A couple just kind of flat, but a couple of nice percentage moves. Yeah, the banks are on fire, guys. Banks on fire. I mean, I'm just looking at this, the gap continuation. Obviously a bank. No, I just keep saying banks over and over and over again. Zion is a bank. This is a little too active for me. I might have to change this up a little bit. It's just a little too active. This is something I'm sharing though. If you click on the scans tab right there, I am scaring. I am sharing it. Just have to find it or the room drive icon. All right, guys, time for me to do my video. Wow. Fly. Somebody was trying to short fly before. I think that was you, William. Okay, guys, I'm going to do my video right now, so I will put the message in here. Time's at 109, maybe about 135, if all goes well. Okay. What am I doing? Okay, and I want to say All right, guys, I'm back. Do we link with CMAG? I'm not sure. To be honest, I'm just not sure. Unfortunately, Bill is gone today. And so, anybody using CMAG here in the room? Okay, BP. Oh, no problem. I'll bear with you. No problem whatsoever. Okay, the first thing is that, so BP, you can follow me, watch me, hear me. All right. Click on an alert window, configure, symbol lists. Add existing list. Now, hopefully at the very top you see something that says My Liked. Please tell me you see something that says My Liked. I'll do that again. Right click on the alert window, configure, symbol lists, add existing lists. My Liked. Are you on the app or the web-based version? All right. You're the second person that says they can't find My Liked. I thought it was right at the top here. Okay, do me a favor and see if you can see My Liked somewhere here. In this list here, do you see My Liked? It should be in alphabetical order. Do you see My Liked in this column here anywhere? So it's completely blank. You have nothing. Okay. Oh man, I have no idea why you don't see My Liked. It should be My Holdings and My Liked should be the top two right at the top here when you click on symbol list. Symbol list, and when you say add existing list and you do not see this, if you scroll down at all, what do you see here? Do you see any symbols, any symbol lists, watch lists as we call them, anything? Or is it blank also? Did you see a lot? Okay. If you scroll a little bit, maybe it's hidden somewhere. Can you scroll down and maybe, yeah, can you maybe find My Liked? You do have a green ball, right? You are connected. Want to make sure you're connected. Okay. I'm gonna have to ask. Maybe can somebody do me a favor who is, has trade ideas and been using it? When you right click, configure, symbol lists, add existing list, do you not see My Holdings and My Liked right at the top? Yeah, right at the top in baby blue. Thank you. But not My Liked. How about in this column here? You should still see it even though it's been clicked on. Really? Just going to ask one of our tech guys. No, no, no. The whole idea is you see it and then you click on it, then it'll move over here. And then what's supposed to happen is when you click on a heart, it'll automatically add that symbol to my liked. I mean, that's the whole idea of it. You just move it over here. All right. You found the reason? Just a second. Really? But I want to say that's insane. But if that's the way it's working now, okay. Then click on the heart. Because this symbol list was created, ahead of time for everybody. All right, well then do that. Okay. Click on a heart and I guess then you'll see it. I'm very, very surprised. That doesn't make any sense to me. But okay, click on the heart and then it's going to show that, then the my like will show up. Does it automatically move over here or or is it still there? Then you have to click on it to move it over. Okay, so you still have the click. So, okay, I did not know that. That makes no sense to me, but okay. So, Bill, click on the heart, and then this will show up, I guess, and then left click on it so it shows up in this. Okay, then you can attach it to any symbol list, or you can actually, if you wanted to, remember now, this is the layout though. New channel bar. And my liked, where is it? My liked is somewhere around here. Socks that I like. I can't, doesn't make sense to me, but okay. Okay, well, that's how you do it. You're right, you'll learn something new every day. So you could click on then this, remember though, this is a layout, so make sure if you have a layout already up and running, save your layout to the cloud, then you could click on this and you'll see, the stocks that you like. Drawing trend lines. Okay, there's something I don't do, but let's see. Oh, I see. Okay, so let me see how to do that. Okay, so it appears. Okay, so you click on the trend line on the chart. So you click this, click on it, and then where you want to start the trend line, then you click again. Is that a double click? It's a little crazy. Let me see here. Click on it. No, that was right. So you just basically, so click on it, and then click where you want the trend line to start, and then click where you want it to end. Now, I don't know. I have no idea if they extend like on, charting packages do. I have no idea. I've never drawn it. You are clicking on the little trend line. May not be able to help you because, I clicked on the trend line, clicked on it, and then where I want it to start, I click again, and then it drags, and then where I want it to stop, I click again. And for sure, you're clicking on that where it says trend line right beside to the left of the T. I don't know how to help you. If you're clicking on this and it's to the left of the T, you're clicking on it. So where it says, you have to get that little icon popping where it says click to add trend line. This has to pop up, right? It has to pop up. See how it's popping up? There should be no plus sign showing up. Well, somebody said that they're appealing it. That's all I know, Danny boy. That was the thing last week, that they were going to be delisted, but somebody posted that they were going to be appealing it. So it's obviously very specky. Okay, Jatinder, I don't know what to say. If that's what they're saying, that's what they're saying. $500 is pretty low to have in an account to try to trade, though. Okay, let me try again. Okay, you're following exactly what I'm doing, right? I'm going to the trend line. I'm going to the trend line. I wait for the box to pop up. The minute I do, I click on it, and there's the plus sign. Now if I release my mouse, that's where it'll start. You're not going to get the line immediately. You have to move it to where you want it to start. Can you not see what I did? So again, click. So there's your plus sign. There it is, okay? Now Trade Ideas wants to know where you want it to start. So I'll put it right there. Now I'll release, and now it starts to draw the line. You don't get the line immediately. You have to move it to where you want the line to start, and then release on your mouse, and then then you can move it wherever you want, and then click again, and that'll draw it. Yeah, that's not true, Chris. All Chinese stocks, no, that is not true. It'll be a case by case basis. I don't know how else they're going to help you, Robert. I mean, maybe you're just thinking that when you get the plus sign there, I mean, there's the plus sign you're talking about. Okay, now, but remember, well, on my mouse, I still have it pressed down. Okay, I haven't released yet on my mouse. The left click button on the mouse. I have not released it yet. The minute I release it, now it'll start. And then when I click it again, it'll stop. So does that not make sense? You're seeing the plus sign, but maybe you're not understanding what you're supposed to do. Keep on the mouse. Keep it pressed down. The left click on the mouse. Keep it pressed down, and only release it where you want the trend line to start. And then it'll anchor there, and then you can move it anywhere you want and click again, and that'll draw it. I don't see how else tech support is going to help you if you're doing it exactly that way. Yeah, you have to go. Okay, you go to the whatever you're trying to remove, and once it changes to that icon, okay, so there's my pointer, then all of a sudden the icon changes. Then you left click on your mouse, and then delete on your keyboard. Left click, delete. Left click, delete. You'll know you're there when you left click. Sometimes it's a little bit tricky. Oh, I'm sorry, I don't want to delete that. Those are trend lines. Not trend lines, those are my EMAs. I don't want to delete them. So Robert, you were 100%. You're waiting, obviously, for getting the plus sign. Okay. But keep, you're moving your mouse, but keep that left, on your mouse, keep that left hand or the left click. It has to be still pressed down, like you're not releasing it yet. Okay? You're moving it around, moving it around, moving it around. Release. And then click again where you want it to stop. Honestly, not sure how they're going to help you if that's not working for you. But you can try. Just a moment, please. All right, sorry about that. Real was talking about ANVAX earlier. Hi, Real. Yeah, TD is still strong. They have earnings this week. TD Bank is still strong. So I do have the marketing meeting at 2 o'clock, guys, that I'll be attending. I'm just going to put myself on mute for a minute. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Boy, save, save, save. Look at the airlines, guys. Save and Delta, probably American. They're all coming back a bit. All coming back a bit. Look at this. Okay, so Jatinder, I'm going to be in a marketing meeting in about 4 minutes, so I don't know. I don't know if I can help you right now. Okay, if you're going to stick around though, I can help you once it's over. So I mean, very quickly though. I mean, it's here is like a strategy. Edit the trading strategy. Here are the tabs. I can't tell you what to use. What you're going to fill in, but well, when you say the parameters, I mean, I can't tell you exactly what to use. I mean, I talked all last week about using $100 risk. That's what I'm using in the simulator, but it has to be based on your account size. Risk management, I've been using this VWAP stop, but based on the size of your account, I don't really know what to say. I mean, there's no right or wrong parameters to put in here. It's all kind of up to you. All right, did you hear me? Okay, we get this question every now and then. Chris, when you say it's going down badly, you obviously don't have a stop. When you say they're going down so badly, I have no thoughts on it. I mean, right now, of course, for today. But yeah, like did you have a stop? You have to get out if the trade goes against you. It sounds like you didn't have a stop. We always talk about that. I mean, not every trade is going to work. So you get into something, of course, you're wanting it to work, but if it's not working, you have to get out at what we'll call a manageable loss. That will depend on your account size. So you might risk $100 a trade, $200 a trade, $50 a trade, whatever that amount is. If the trade starts working against you, get out, okay, at your stop. And don't, hope, and not just you, Chris, okay, and hope that it's going to come back. And so, you start off with a very manageable loss based on where you were going to get out. And then, person gets stubborn. Okay, guys, I'm in this marketing meeting, so I'm going to have to put myself on mute. I normally shut down the room at 3, but I'll stay a little bit later if there are some questions. Okay, so you asked about the EDNT. So this is what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about overall volume. Okay, what I'm talking about is if all of a sudden, you know, if you take a look at the 15 or the 5-minute chart, but if all of a sudden we had a volume bar like this right here, okay, it's not. I'm not talking about the overall volume so much as a volume burst through all of this, because this stock did hit almost $3 in the pre-market. So you can imagine, you know, right now, I mean, it's still up. Well, it's not up that much anymore. But if all of a sudden, if there was a big volume burst to start to move it up, it could get very interesting, okay? That's all I was talking about in terms of volume. I didn't mean overall volume. I meant more like a volume burst. The promotion, are you talking about the test drive? We do that 4 times a year. We have promotions, you know, right now. Are you talking about like a discount off off a subscription? I mean, right now we have one right now. So if that's what you're talking about, you know, which I can pop into the room right now. Oh yeah, we've got a nice discount right now, 25% off the first month only. Smart stops. Okay, well, a smart stop, to be honest with you, I think we're going to get away from the smart stops. I would encourage you to start looking at the VWAP stop. Has a little more science behind it. Okay. Oh, it'll if the next one earliest will be August, Greg. If you're talking about the next test drive, you can also sign up for it right here. Sign up for it in that you'll be notified exactly when it'll be. If you click on this link and sign up, and then you'll get an email, you know, a couple of weeks before it actually starts. Always CVET. That's interesting. Okay, just give me, I'll be right back. Okay, I'll be right back in 1 minute. Okay, sorry about that. So, yeah, real time. Yes, it's real time. Well, all exchanges. I mean, yes, U.S. exchanges. Um, the Canadian exchanges with a bit of a caveat. All the real time stuff is real time. But I think you're probably more concerned about all the American exchanges. Yes, you know, here are the exchanges that we've got. So even the pink sheets. No market depth. No market depth. That's from your broker. You know, this is what I use. Interactive Brokers, just an add-on. So no market depth. Trying to capture, see if there are other questions that I may have missed. Oh, the question. Okay. Yeah, I mean, if you load my windows right now, you're not going to get all the previous alerts. Okay, guys, these alerts start at 9:45. So every time you, let's see now. So if I click on Barry's windows, ah, I guess I had this on. Yeah, so Cody is the last one. That's just because when you load an alert window right now, you're not going to get all the previous ones. Yeah, that's all. It's just a matter you have to load it earlier. And let me get my. Well, you shouldn't get CVET. No, I mean I just loaded it. You saw it said Cody. So I mean again, if you load new, I mean I just demonstrated it. New channel bar, my Windows, my Windows. Are you talking about something that you had from last week? Well, CVET. Now let me do it again. Oh, okay. Well, then just click on an alert. You just have to click on an alert. I mean, the fact it doesn't know that, just click on the alert. Okay, and it'll change it. I don't know. I mean, see that I don't. It must have been from last week or something. But you have to click on an alert, and then that'll change the charts. Okay. Does that make sense, Eric? Just click on the alert, and that'll change the chart. It doesn't make sense. If you click on the alert, they're all symbol linked. Symbol linking is there. So when you click on an alert, it'll change the charts that you see here. These two charts. Is that what you're talking about? There's no level 2. No. Well, just left click on an alert. Left click on an alert. You see the Cody right there? And then it'll change these two charts. Look at Lumber Liquidators, guys. LL on the move here. There's no level 2. No. Level 2, get it from your broker if you want, but we don't have level 2. Walter, okay, Okay, Eric. Just left click on the alert and it should load in these two charts if you're talking about from my channel. I mean, I saw what you saw. I saw COVID. I saw CVET was here, yes. But the minute I left clicked on the symbol, it changed. Not right click. Right click brings up this context menu, okay? Left click on the symbol. No, that by the way, that's not true. You don't need $25,000 in your account. Okay, you do not need $25,000 in your account. But are you talking? Yeah, Adam, I'm not going to answer that question. Okay, I'm just not going to answer that question. I mean, Hertz, of course, is highly emotional. It's still, is it? Oh, it's not. Oh my gosh, it came out of the halt. I mean, basically, they're facing bankruptcy. You know, I'm not going to make any suggestions one way or the other with Hertz. Even if I could, I wouldn't because I'm not a financial advisor. Walter, you know what? I wish you had been around during when Michael was here, but I'll tell you what, why don't you ask that very question? I don't understand why you don't need $25,000 in the account, okay, in order to do that. But let me just, but understand that if you're in the States, it's going to cut off after 3, I guess, for the week. It's going to automatically cut off after there's no number, but this is what I would do. First of all, you've turned all the strategies on, right? And I don't want to ask you how much money you've got in your account, but just be careful, you know. But you've turned all the strategies on, obviously, right? So they're all on. Okay. Now, what is your offset? If you look at each one, what is your offset? Your limit offset? What does it say? Because we had this issue before, so that sometimes you get an alert, but if this stock moves pretty quickly and you only have an offset of 2 cents, you may not take it won't take the trade. As an example, I'm not saying that's the reason. You might want to increase, but you should be able to get some. 5 cents, you should be able to get some. And also, it depends, I suppose, on how many shares you're taking. If it has to be like an all or nothing. But you should be able to get some. I would say a 5 cent offset, though I haven't seen, because I don't do this, I don't auto trade the AI. I'm not sure, how far outside of the alert price the stock was when you were able to take the trade. He says he does. You bought B plus, right? Brokerage Plus. You bought it, Walter? Okay. Yeah, no, you bought it. So you know what I would do? Because it's too important. You purchased it, so why don't you, and you can talk to Michael. He's very good at this, okay? Too bad you weren't around during 12 and 1 because he was in the YouTube feed then. So start go to the home page and start a live chat and say you're looking for Michael and tell him, like, you have Brokerage Plus, nothing, you've got a 5 cent offset, and see what he says, and you've turned all the strategies on. All right, am I caught up with all the questions? Okay, guys, I don't see any more questions, but I may have missed some. If I missed, I apologize. Just repost so that I can maybe answer the question. I almost thought EDNT was getting ready. But again, you just need volume. Just needs volume. Just needs volume to pop right through there. Yeah, that was a big drop by mRNA. Now they did even more though now, because they did a financing. We know they did a financing here. That was on Friday. But now, this is really starting to, give it up. This is the one, high hopes on that virus play for mRNA. I have no views on it. I mean, I hate to say it like that, but I mean, obviously it's an emotional play based on the virus. I mean, I've not read more about it today. I mean, I don't know why it's going down the way it is. I mean, I don't know. I mean, maybe there was some news that came out that, just that all you can do is start to read some news on it. Something has obviously affected it more than just the fact that it had a financing on Friday or Thursday, whenever that financing was. Oh, I'm sorry. You might have been asking Sam that. So smart stops, Ariane, I would, I'm hoping we're going to do away with them. The smart stops weren't too scientific, to be honest with you. I would start concentrating more on the VWAP stop, which is a stop that you can start to use. The VWAP stop. It is at least, it's based on I'll call it some science, all right, with the VWAP today and yesterday, I believe, and the highs and lows. And as opposed to the smart stop, a lot of them were just 25 cents, with really no science behind it. Oh, okay. If you're talking about well, you are exempt from the PDT rule. If you have interactive brokers, you're exempt. Yeah, it's this one right there, the VWAP stop. It's called the VWAP stop, Walter. Okay, that is what a lot of the AI strategies are using now, this VWAP stop. So you can, the stop, I believe, unless Michael tells me something differently, the stop that is being used now, the automatic is the VWAP stop in here. You don't see it, of course. Oh, for sure, we are not subject to the PDT rule in Canada, 100%. I mean, obviously, I know I'm in Canada, so. But here on these ones, which I really didn't go over today, but I'm using a VWAP stop in that strategy there. Here's one that is filing for Chapter 11, LTM, LATAM. Well, you can do it one of two ways. I mean, you can create the strategy with it in here in the risk management and use that stop. Or if you're really going manually, then it requires a little bit of math. No, that is not correct, TB. That is not correct. If you're in the United States of America, you are subject to the PDT rules with virtually every broker. I'm not saying there's not some way you can get around it. Certainly not with IBE, though. Interactive Brokers, no. I was just saying that in Canada, we are not subject to PDT rules with any brokerage, not just IB. Well, that's very possible, Jatinder, that you were taking too many shares then or something. It was more than $500. I don't know. But if that's what it's saying, then, that's what it's saying. Were you trying to trade live or in the simulator? The VWAP stop, if you created your own strategy, okay, it's not automatically set. You pick it, from your own strategy. If you're creating your own strategy that you want to trade from, and then this is just a big drop-down menu in the risk management tab. There's a big drop-down menu, one of them being the VWAP stop. So, that's what I've chosen if I'm going to trade my strategy. With the AI, these are, I believe, let me just see if that's still true, using the VWAP stop with all the AIs. Okay, I've just asked the question. Well, the VWAP stop, I mean, it is a number, of course. I'm just waiting to see if the VWAP stop is being used in all the AI strategies. Just got to call into Michael, or not a call in, but I've just posted a message to him or a question to him on that. Okay, here comes the answer. Okay, so for Holy Grail and Neo, they are. For 2.0, no. So anything coming from... So for Holy Grail and Neo, they're using the VWAP stop. Just waiting on the answer. Okay, so to answer your question, Arian, so the VWAP stop is being used for any alerts we get from Holy Grail or Holy Neo, whereas it's sort of the original algo, which is, I guess, the smart stop is for 2.0, and these are automatically set within these strategies. Guys, there's the, is there volume though? Is there volume with it? Okay, look at the little pop for EDNT. I'd like to see more volume though. But here's that little pop I was talking about, but what I wanted to see was something like this, or even that. And Michael's saying some more cool math to the VWAP stop to give a new one to test soon. Okay, Cool. All right, guys. Are there any other questions? Okay, I don't see any other questions. Okay, guys. Well, interesting first day for sure. With this spy, and let's. I'm gonna hope. Well, I suppose I don't care. I suppose, but it'd be nice to see the spy hold over that 200-day moving average, and start from there tomorrow, and just keep lifting up and start approaching the the all-time high, the all-time high. Okay, guys, I think that's a wrap. Going once, going twice, 3 times. That is a wrap. Okay, guys, so I'll open the room tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern. Have a great evening, everybody, and we'll see you tomorrow.